best shape possible.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Ever hear somebody stating a supposed fact when you know there has to be another side to the story? Well, getting to the truth quite often means that you have to take the time to go beyond one person's opinion and dig around for what others have to say about it. When you hear about an issue or law that you're really interested in, take the time to find out what the other side thinks about it. You may learn some things you hadn't thought of before, and then you can weigh all of that information and come up with your own opinion. Analyzing all the facts and opinions not only makes you a better informed citizen, it might give you an idea of how you can help. That helps make you a great citizen.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Our country was founded on the principle of balance, that no branch of government could dominate another. For example, Congress is responsible for passing laws, but it's up to the president to okay them. The president nominates judges, but Congress must approve them. Judges can declare laws unconstitutional, but Congress can propose other ways of accomplishing the same thing. The president can veto bills passed by Congress, but Congress can override the veto. This system of power sharing is called checks and balances, but it doesn't stop there. We balance responsibilities between the federal government and state governments. We balance influence between big states and little states. The resulting system might look like a complicated maze of boxes and arrows, but it's really quite simple. That no one part of government should be allowed to get too powerful.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Our country depends on citizen participation. But if you don't participate, things get messy. Think if you didn't participate at home and you didn't discuss what you wanted. Instead of getting an ice-cold soda, you'd get an ice-cold shower. Instead of playing video games, you'd be playing pinochle. And instead of playing football, you'd get stuck with a doll. If you don't participate, you don't get what you want. How do you participate as a citizen? Write your representatives a letter or send them an email. Visit their office or attend an online meeting. Study up on the issues by following the news and checking websites. Volunteer on a campaign and get your candidate elected. And when you turn 18, you can vote. The key is to find the ways that work best for you and get started.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Every year, Congress must consider and debate hundreds of very important matters. Imagine what it would look and sound like if the entire Congress discussed each and every topic before it. Well, thankfully, members of both the House and Senate belong to individual committees that focus on a particular subject, like education or the environment. When a member introduces a bill that she would like to see become a law, it is immediately sent to a committee, where it is studied in detail. Committee members hear experts talk about why this particular bill is or isn't a good idea. And committees are tough graders. The vast majority of bills introduced never make it out of committee. So when you think of where the work really gets done in Congress, think committees.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Here's a word about the word compromise, a very important congressional concept. Some people mistakenly think it means giving in or losing an argument. In the case of Congress, where there's a lot of diversity and debate, opposing points of view come face to face almost every day. By compromising, our legislators can move beyond the argument and begin working on the solutions to the problems that come before them. In fact, the idea for Congress to have two chambers was a solution to a major disagreement back in 1787 and has itself become known as the Great Compromise. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Have you ever made a quick decision that you wished you'd taken more time to think about? Quick decisions are often not the best decisions, especially when it comes to passing laws that affect all Americans. The U.S. Congress practices what is called deliberation when making their important decisions. Imagine if just one person made all the laws in our country, just doing whatever popped into their head. That's why there are so many steps in the legislative process to make sure that bad ideas don't get passed in the heat of the moment. Taking the time to get the laws right is the most important thing that Congress can do. In fact, deliberation could work for you too. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Back in the early days of our country, almost all of our citizens had come from Northern Europe. When a congressman from those days spoke with his constituency, by and large, he and they looked pretty much the same and also had many shared values. Well, imagine that same member of Congress today addressing his or her constituency. The United States has become a tremendously diverse nation with citizens from all over the world. Americans today have many different jobs, live in a variety of communities, and have different needs and interests. This creates a special challenge for today's members of Congress, as they must govern a population that has vastly different backgrounds and beliefs. Passing laws that take all of us into consideration requires patience and a willingness to seek out and listen to all of the different voices that make up our 21st century America. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Our government is like a big three-layer cake. We have local government, state government, and national government, often called federal government. Local government handles local issues like police, water, and building permits. State government handles issues about your state, such as education, healthcare, and recreation. Federal government handles national issues, such as national parks, the military, and space exploration. This system of dividing responsibilities among governments is called federalism. Sometimes who does what isn't that clear, yet this flexibility lets us decide whether a particular problem is best handled in local town halls, in state capitals, or by the men and women in the Congress. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Long before there was a Congress or a government, there were 13 colonies of people living along the East Coast, from New Hampshire to Georgia. They came from England and other countries in Europe. Over 2 million people were living here by 1775. Technically, these colonies were under British rule, but they were learning how to govern themselves, and many wanted to start a brand new country. The people who made this possible, who led the fight to freedom and founded our government, are referred to as the Founders. They boldly declared their independence from British rule on July 4th, 1776. They won the Revolutionary War and founded a new nation. And on September 17th, 1787, the United States of America officially started with the signing of the U.S. Constitution. Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution states, "All legislative powers shall be vested in a Congress which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives." What the founders set up was a representative democracy, giving each of us a say in how we are governed through our elected representatives in Congress.
Brilliant!
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
You may wonder sometimes, who are all these people in Washington and what are they doing? Well, 535 of them are in Congress, representing you and everyone else in the country, which is just as well because there are too many of us to fit in one room anyway. Members of Congress are there to listen to us and to speak for us as they make new laws or legislate. Legislators work in either the House of Representatives or the Senate. The House is more about representing people based on how many live in each state. It has a large number of members to stay in close touch with what people back home want. The Senate is more about representing every state equally, taking a broader national view and making sure that our government doesn't rush into any bad laws. Working together, they play the most important role in our system of representative democracy. Do you know who's representing you?
It's me.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
Everyone knows that Congress makes laws. But just how does a bill, no, not that kind of a bill, but how does this kind of a bill, an idea for a law, become a law? First, a member of the House or Senate comes up with an idea and introduces it as a bill. Then it's carefully reviewed by the appropriate committee in Congress. If the committee approves the bill, it then needs to be passed by both the House and Senate. If they do, it goes to the president for his signature. Only then is a bill officially a law. But it's a difficult process, with less than 10% of bills introduced ever becoming law. It's not a process designed to move quickly. There are various obstacles along the way to ensure that bad ideas don't make it through.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
I'll bet you're one of those kids who thinks, Congress, who needs it? It doesn't affect kids at all, and certainly not me. Well, if it weren't for Congress, that beautiful stream that flows through your town would be a polluted and smelly waterway that no one would like. Instead of traveling quickly and safely on a modern interstate highway for your vacations, you would have to take bumpy old back roads. Rather than visiting one of our great national parks, you'd find yourself at just another strip mall. Are you getting the picture? And when you grow up and go to college, you can thank Congress for providing student loans or for making sure women's sports programs get the same treatment as men's. I'll bet if you did a little digging, you could find a lot more ways that the work of Congress affects your everyday life.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress.
You've probably heard the saying, you're never too old to learn. Well, here's a new one for you. You're never too young to get involved in your government. That's right, you. But how, you ask? Well, is there a particular issue in your community that you care about? A park that's too dangerous? A river that's polluted? A library that's run down? You'll be amazed how effective kids can be when they put their minds to it. Kids have started petitions, created online action networks, and even testified before legislators. Kid power, you'll never know until you try.
This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Imagine a group of kids on the playground trying to decide what games to play without any leadership. Add leaders to the group and decisions can be made and things can get done. Congress is no different. It's a large group that needs leadership to get things done. The House of Representatives elects a Speaker of the House, whose job it is to set which bills will be voted on and to maintain order in the House. Both the House and the Senate have what are called the majority and minority leaders. They are chosen by each political party to lead their efforts in each chamber. Perhaps the best title of all goes to the majority and minority whips. Yes, whips. Their job is to make sure that the members of their party line up correctly when voting on critical issues. There are many other powerful people in Congress, particularly those who chair the many important committees. But even so, they still take their cues from the congressional leadership. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Voting is the easiest way to participate in our democracy. You just go to the voting booth and pick the best person for the job. Now, some people are voting Scrooges. They think their vote doesn't matter. But if you take a look at history, it tells a different story. In 1845, one vote made Texas part of the United States. In 1920, one vote gave women the right to vote. And in 2000, the presidency of the United States was won by 537 votes out of almost 6 million cast in the state of Florida. That's closer than a three-pointer at the buzzer. That's closer than just catching the school bus. That's closer than the B you just squeaked out in chemistry. If you don't vote, you have no say in what happens to our country. But when you do vote, you'll feel proud that you had a voice in choosing the people who represent you in Washington. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. What's in a number? Take the number 65. That's how many members were in the House of Representatives in the very first Congress. And each of those 65 was responsible to only 30,000 voters back home. Today, the House of Representatives is made up of 435 members, each of whom has to represent the interests of more than 650,000 people. That means that today's members of Congress have to work much harder to reach their constituents. Of course, when there's so many of us, it's difficult for them to hear what we have to say. That makes citizen participation all the more important. One way to make sure you're heard is to join a group that shares a common interest or goal. That way, many voices become one, and that is hard to ignore. This fact of Congress is adjourned. And now, another fact of Congress. Way back in 1789, people were noticing some things our new Constitution didn't take care of. So the first Congress came up with 10 changes, or amendments, which became known as the Bill of Rights. The First Amendment is important because Congress actually told itself what it could not do. If written using today's language, the First Amendment would say, you can't pass laws that keep people from practicing their religion. You can't pass laws that keep people from speaking their minds or publishing their ideas. And you can't pass laws that stop folks from getting together peacefully to express their views to their people in government. This amendment, plus the others in the Bill of Rights, reassured the nation that the powers of their new government would have limits. As President George Washington said, the amendments strengthened our characteristic rights. This fact of Congress is adjourned.
Save the tortoise. 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 Mojave Max. 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 I just wanna have fun and chill all day, but all this plastic is in my way. I just need your help to keep me safe. I can show you some ways, let me demonstrate. Put your trash up in the can and don't act before you think. And be careful with the desert so I have somewhere to sleep. If you start off with these things, you can save my family. We can do it all together as a team and we gon' save the tortoise. 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 Mojave Max. 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 Who's the tortoise with the splash? Yeah, that's Mojave Max. Munching on a cactus, that's my favorite snack. Chillin', playing in the grass. You know I have a blast, but to make the fun last, I need help from your class. Some things I like to do, I'm sure that you do too. Like splashing in a puddle or jamming to a groove. It might be ending soon if we don't make some room for my friends in the wild, so they have some room to move. Save the tortoise. 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 Mojave Max. 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 Mojave Max. Save the tortoise. max. My heartbeat max. My heartbeat max. My heartbeat max. My heartbeat max. Heartbeat max. Oh, my heartbeat max. Yeah, my heartbeat max. Oh, save the tortoise. Yeah. My heartbeat max.
Hi, I'm Mojave Max, and I'm a desert tortoise. I'm not sure how much you know about desert tortoises, but I'd like to share a few facts with you. As a threatened species, desert tortoises are federally protected under the Endangered Species Act. Since desert tortoises are a threatened species, if you see a desert tortoise in the wild, please don't touch it. Let it be wild. It's okay to watch desert tortoises from a safe distance, but please, do not disturb them. Desert tortoises live in a variety of habitats from sandy flats to rocky foothills. Tortoises can be found in locations from near sea level to over 5,000 feet in elevation. Tortoises depend on bushes and burrows for shade and protection from predators, such as ravens and coyotes. To help prevent damage to sensitive tortoise habitat, please stay on designated routes and trails when hiking in the desert. If you've never seen a desert tortoise in the wild, it may be because they spend more than 95% of their lives in their burrows. A desert tortoise will use multiple burrows throughout its lifetime and may use as many as 12 burrows in a single year. Desert tortoises use their strong legs and nails to dig burrows. Burrows provide a cool retreat from summer temperatures as well as a warm place to brumate during the winter months. Brumation is like hibernation for tortoises. Desert tortoises get water from eating plants and drinking from puddles after a rainstorm. They can store up to 1 liter of water in their body when drought conditions occur. This may allow tortoises to survive for a year or more without drinking water. Desert tortoises are herbivores. They eat desert plants like cacti, grasses, and wildflowers. Adult females may produce 1 or 2 sets of eggs each year during the summer months. A set of eggs, which is called a clutch, may contain 3 to 14 eggs. The female buries her clutch of eggs by digging a small hole inside of a burrow. This helps protect the eggs from predators. The eggs will hatch in 90 to 120 days, but she doesn't need to take care of the eggs or help raise the hatchlings. Hatchling tortoises can take care of themselves. Hatchling tortoises have very soft shells, which make them vulnerable to predators. It takes about 5 years for their shells to harden. Since hatchling tortoises are so vulnerable to predators, less than 5 out of 100 hatchlings will survive to adulthood. Desert tortoises can live 50 or more years in the wild, and even longer in captivity.
Good morning, I'm Mayor Karen McManus, and it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Representative Susie Lee to Boulder City. We're here today to acknowledge the federal funding that Representative Lee was able to procure for Boulder City for a wastewater project that's been pending. It's something that's critical to how our system works here in Boulder City. And Representative Lee had reached out and said, what can she do to help Boulder City with a project that was ready to go, that was necessary, and that would improve our infrastructure? Staff very quickly identified this project as one that was critical for us. It's a way that we can recover from the pandemic and also improve our city at the same time. So again, it's my pleasure to welcome Representative Susie Lee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, it's good to see everyone here in person. And, this project really, to me, symbolizes the great partnership that we have between the federal delegation and the city of Boulder City. And I was really happy to be able to work and secure $1 million for the wastewater treatment plant. With these funds, the city will be able to upgrade its wastewater treatment, which will obviously help to deliver secure, safe water to your residents. And as we continue to experience drought conditions throughout the Southwest, and no one knows better than the residents of Boulder City, we have to continue to make sure that we manage our water consumption appropriately. And this goes a long way to helping Boulder City to be able to do that. So I'm thrilled to be able to deliver these funds and to invest in Boulder City. And, we're going through another process this year. So hopefully we'll have another project after this year's appropriations pass to pass along to Boulder City. But it's really, to me, about the partnership between my office and the mayors and Joe and the city manager and all of you, our board members who represent the city of Boulder City. So thank you, and happy to be here today.
Yeah, so I just want to thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor McManus, Congresswoman Lee, and all of you for being here. So Boulder City's wastewater treatment facility, again, it's more than 50 years old. The plant treats about 1.3 million gallons of wastewater a day. It's operating 24/7. The bar screen and grit removal system has reached a critical point and it must be replaced. Failure of the system could create numerous health, safety, and environmental issues. The federal funding secured by Representative Susie Lee and other Nevada lawmakers will help us replace this aging equipment and ensure safe wastewater disposal measures. I truly appreciate the support of Representative Susie Lee. She's been instrumental in allocating these needed funds. And this important funding comes months after the first federal water shortage was declared for Lake Mead due to a record drought. Just up the road, we could see the devastating effects of the drought, the bathtub ring, as it's called. It's a daily reminder to all of us in Boulder City. So I'm committed to finding ways to continue to upgrade Boulder City's wastewater infrastructure, as well as creating sustainable practices to reuse the wastewater. The order, delivery, and installation of this project will take about 12 months. The entire project is estimated at $1.4 million. The city budgeted the remaining $400,000 in the city's capital improvement plan. And again, on behalf of Boulder City, thank you, Representative Lee.
Our people are our stories, our past is our knowledge, and our culture is our future. Relive our first encounters, experience the stories of removal from our homelands, feel the spirit of our people, and the determination to continue thriving as the great unconquered and unconquerable Chickasaw Nation. Join us in experiencing our stories, the Chickasaw Heritage Series.
Welcome to the second documentary installment of the Chickasaw Heritage Series. This series explores the lives and stories of the Chickasaw people. a people with a commitment to community, a commitment to justice, and a commitment to their culture. Chickasaw people possess an indomitable spirit. Chickasaw people persevere. They are the foundation of our tribe. Each person faces challenges throughout their life, but a spirit of perseverance is a distinguishing characteristic of Chickasaws. This film celebrates the life of a Chickasaw woman who epitomizes that indomitable spirit of perseverance, Tayada Thompson Fisher. Born in 1895 in Indian Territory, Tayada's formative years were spent in the heart of Native American culture at a time when that culture was being suppressed by federal policy. Through the trials and tribulations of this time, Tayada would, as her name conveys, rise and shine like the sun on the dawn of a new day. As she performed across the country, her native peoples recognized her special talent and transmitted their stories to her so that she could serve as an ambassador for the multitude of indigenous peoples of America. By performing the mosaic of traditional Native art to non-Native audiences, Tayada broke the stereotypes long perpetuated by popular media. Her grace forever challenged the public's impressions of the indigenous culture as male-dominated and militant. And the rich spirituality and natural philosophy inherent in her performances opened up many minds formerly closed by ignorance and prejudice. Through her life's work, Tayada simultaneously revealed and revitalized the great depth and diversity of Native American culture. It is fitting that this documentary is dedicated to Tayada, as the Chickasaw Heritage Series can be seen as a continuation of her life's work to preserve and share the stories of our people. Through this film presentation of Tayada Thompson Fisher's life, we hope that you come to treasure her memory as we do and celebrate her accomplishments with us.
The loon's call has a heart-twisting quality that can pierce through the armor of solitude to the heart of loneliness. Perhaps it set up an unrecognized longing in my heart. If so, that too, somewhat to my surprise, was to be satisfied.
Bold women are scattered throughout this country's history. Often these women are so remarkable that they change the ideals of those with whom they come in contact. Tayada Fisher was that type of catalyst. She was not only a talented storyteller, but she also challenged norms as a woman and as a Native American.
She's a person who's going to go to those communities themselves and hear their oral stories and be part of and be with. So in that sense, she's well ahead of the game. She may be one of our very first ethno-historians.
Let it be beautiful when I sing the last song. Let it be day. I would stand upon my 2 feet singing. I would look upward with open eyes singing.
Growing up in an area known as 12 Mile Prairie, east of the tiny town of Emmett, Indian Territory, young Mary Thompson could only dream of how far her talents would take her.
I cannot say too much about the pleasure it has always been for me and for my friends to see and hear the Princess Tayada. She has a most delightful voice and interprets her people in a most charming manner. Eleanor Roosevelt.
I was invited to give the first program at the White House under his administration. It was a great experience there because I spent the night. I was invited to spend the night, and I was given the Lincoln room, and I slept in the Lincoln bed. She asked me which room I would prefer, of 2 or 3, and I said, oh, the Lincoln room. And so that was a really wonderful experience for me. It was the hugest room and the hugest bed I ever saw in my whole life.
Mary Frances Thompson was born and raised in the Chickasaw Nation, where her family had settled after removal from the original Chickasaw homelands of Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, and Kentucky. Her father, T.B. Thompson, was the last treasurer of the Chickasaw Nation, and her uncle, Douglas H. Johnston, served as governor of the tribe. Thompson's birth coincided with the dismantling of tribal government and the allotment of lands to tribal citizens.
It was a time where you could see the handwriting on the wall about the end of the nation as it was, and they were going to have to get along in a white world. He was thinking about their future.
The allotment period was a very difficult time for Chickasaw people and for the communities that they lived in. And it had a great impact on Tayada. It was, I believe, the basis for what I think her political views were regarding Native Americans and the issues that they were having to face throughout the 20th century.
During this time, the federal government desired to dilute the cultural traditions and tribal governments of Native American tribes.
The federal government by late 19th century is really going to promote what it's calling the final assimilation. They're absolutely convinced now that the only hope for all Native peoples, for Native Americans, is, in their words, to Christianize, civilize, and educate. And in essence, it means Americanize.
They sought to transition Native Americans into agrarian ways of life, believing that this was the way for them to succeed. Policies included government-run boarding schools. One of these institutions, Bloomfield Seminary, was where Thompson received her early education. However, Tayada was fortunate to attend a boarding school where her tribe was actively involved in the curriculum. Nonetheless, it was standard in boarding schools to forbid students from speaking their native languages. Many believe that this aided in the demise of the languages.
Bloomfield Academy for girls was actually very important to most Chickasaw families. To have a daughter go to Bloomfield Academy was something very special because it gave this child the opportunity to learn all of the things that would create a very refined young lady when they grew up and graduated. It was one of the finest educations in the region.
The schools also began to provide tools for the students to actually challenge those policies of assimilation and allotment, for that matter. Because what was lost on federal officials at the time was the fact that they were also providing opportunities for these children to develop their oratorical skills, to learn more about American culture and society, and the way that they could begin to turn all of that work against the federal government and against their efforts to assimilate and detribalize Native people.
As a young girl, Thompson listened as her father told family stories and as her mother shared her extensive knowledge of birds and plant life. Her father's stories provided an avenue for her to discover a great love for storytelling. In turn, she went on to pursue acting at Oklahoma College for Women in Chickasha, Oklahoma. She funded her education by using her allotment as collateral for a loan. She was one of 76 girls attending the college, which was comprised of only 2 buildings at the time. It was there that she acquired both a mentor, Frances Dinsmore Davis, and a stage name, Teata, which means bearer of the morning. Davis encouraged Teata to incorporate storytelling into her acting performances.
Dr. Davis said, you need to concentrate on the Indian culture that you know and love. She really saw it as much as a responsibility as a job to tell the truth and let people know, because just as we know from most of the history books, the true picture of Native Americans is very seldom found in older publications. And it's not that they intended to mislead people, but any author, I don't care who they are, if they write something, everything they write is filtered through their own value system, and what they see and observe is going to be different from what a native would observe.
I think Teata had the great advantage of growing up in Oklahoma. And if we look at Oklahoma today, arguably, except for the state of California, there isn't a larger Native population anywhere. And the difference between California and Oklahoma is here in Oklahoma, because of the removal policies and the policies that brought diverse tribes here to the state, all of a sudden, there's lots of cultural communities, many of them are different, and that's where she's growing up. It is ground zero, and it's a place where the energy is there, the focus is there, and the culture is certainly there.
Teata later joined the Chautauqua Circuit, a traveling performance group. She spent several summers traveling with fellow entertainers to provide arts education to rural areas of the country.
When Teata joined the Chautauqua and went out into the communities, it was probably the first time that some of these people had even seen an Indian person. And so she was quite popular on that circuit. And she loved it. She loved traveling and meeting new people and having the opportunity to tell her stories in this venue.
One of my numbers was the hunting dance. In it, I was an Indian hunter tracking game in the forest with bow and arrow. Locating one, I followed it very carefully. I followed that trail to the river. There I crossed the river, paddling a canoe, picked up the trail again, sighted the deer, took aim and shot it, aiming my arrow off stage.
When she would finish, there would be little groups of Indians that would come up and sometimes be backstage, or would come and want her to come home to dinner with them and sort of look after her. She said, I felt like I had an extended family all across America. And as I talked to them and got to know them, how important it was for them that people see Native Americans in a positive light, that they understand the contributions that Native Americans had made to our country, how long they had been here, their diversity, their complexity.
Entertainment such as movies and Wild West shows had painted sensationalized caricatures of Native Americans and their culture, and Teata was determined to change these false perceptions.
And so that's what people wanted to see when they came to the Wild West shows. Teata, on the other hand, she did her research into what these people actually dressed as, how they spoke, their stories, the way they behaved, portrayed themselves, et cetera, et cetera. That, to me, is extremely important.
The show Indian, I think, probably became, for lack of a better word, the accepted Native that most of those individuals in the early 20th century wanted to see. They had to wear buckskins, they had to wear beads. Americans began to romanticize about the Plains tribes, and they began to enjoy the bonnets of which they wore. I once did an experiment in a classroom. I asked young people to draw a Native for me. And they drew these kind of crude stick figures, but every one of them put headdresses on them. And this is in the 21st century, and every one of them drew a male.
In 1919, Teata began as a student at the theater school at Carnegie Tech in Pittsburgh. Although she attended for a short time, it was there that she gained a sense of confidence and learned the ins and outs of theater production. During the early 1920s, Teyata was teaching at Oklahoma College for Women, but soon set her sights on New York City.
As she explains in her memoir, her unpublished memoir, that it was quite a culture shock for her to hit the streets of New York City for the very first time. And just the people and the, hustle and bustle of traffic and all of that, it was really quite overwhelming for her. A young woman from a very small town in Oklahoma to suddenly be there in one of the biggest cities in the world.
When I think about how far the distance is from Emmett, Oklahoma, to New York City, for an unaccompanied young Indian girl, her family wasn't with her, and to move on to the stage and become, a noted performer and a social figure, I don't think I could cover that distance, that social distance, that geographic distance, that cultural distance.
While in the city, Teyata lived among the other up-and-coming artists at the Three Arts Club. The Three Arts Club was sponsored by aristocratic women, one of whom was Eleanor Roosevelt. Teyata and the future First Lady would form a bond that would span many years.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Nameless, unreasoning, unjustified terror, which paralyzes needed effort to convert retreat into advance.
Dear Princess Teyata, thank you so much for your kind note of congratulations and good wishes, which both my husband and I deeply appreciate. I hope sometime that it will be possible for you to come to the White House after we are settled there. With all good wishes, I am very sincerely yours, Eleanor Roosevelt.
It appears Eleanor was very taken with Teyata and just really took a liking to the idea that Native culture is somehow being preserved through this young woman, that she is in the face of really federal Indian policy trying to discourage the practice of Native American culture and traditions, that she would be out there doing this regardless. Mrs. Roosevelt was very much impressed with that and with her demeanor and her ability to command a room.
Teyata quickly became known for sharing her culture and appeared on Broadway in Trojan Women and in the 1922 New York production of The Red Poppy, starring Bela Lugosi. In 1924, she appeared on the cover of McCall's magazine. Her likeness was drawn by celebrity illustrator and poster artist Nasa McMain. While she undoubtedly appreciated the exposure, she was reluctant to wear the war bonnet and makeup provided for her for fear that she would be playing into the false representations of Native Americans that were so popular of the day.
She came home and they had asked her down in Durant to put on a program there at Durant. And she was so afraid that seeing her in a war bonnet would disturb all the elders, and the elders would be very upset with her. As they drove into town, every store window had a copy of that magazine in the front window. And that told her, we accept it the way it is, and we understand.
Teyata continued her mission to interpret the multifaceted nature of Native Americans to audiences of all races, and making a living doing so despite the federal government's efforts to dissolve Indian culture.
I have wanted, if possible, to bring about a deeper understanding of the spiritual and aesthetic values to be found in our culture. I have tried to mold our folklore into an art form through the use of speech, song, dance movements, and genuine and beautiful costumes. I have tried to show something of our philosophy of life, of our closeness to our mother, the earth, to show our desire for harmony with nature. Our heritage is rich, and everything in nature has a story of its own.
The oral tradition means a lot to our people. It's not just something written down in a book that you can just store away someplace and forget about. The oral tradition is a contact between people that is most important to keep the stories alive and out there and fresh in everybody's memory.
You could see the twinkle in her eyes when she'd tell these stories, but they were always done in a beautiful way. It was almost like watching a ballet, to watch her give her programs. It was just breathtaking.
As was typical in the day, Teyana would often perform as a pan-Indian and dress in the stereotypical costume. However, she ensured that her performances showed depth and conveyed an accurate understanding of the culture.
Sometimes historians and others have seen these performances of individuals like Teyana, where she takes these traditions from communities all over the country as demonstrating a lack of cultural knowledge on her part, or on the part of others who were also doing this, as a demonstration that she was kind of creating this pan-Indian persona that defied her identity as a Chickasaw person. Nothing really could be further from the truth. Now, on top of that, on top of her identity as a Chickasaw person, she also responded to this larger set of notions and ideas that had populated popular culture regarding Indianness, what it meant to be Indian, and what non-Indian people expected when they would encounter Indian people.
Her Chickasaw roots was really important to Teyana. She did that through maintaining ties to the community there. And you have to also understand that during that time period, it was Great Depression at the height of what she was doing. And things were really tough back home. It was tough on everyone, but it was especially tough for Indian people.
After discontinuing her performances on Broadway for personal reasons, including a lack of roles for women, Teyana banded with other Native American celebrities, many of whom hailed from her native state of Oklahoma. This group included Jim Thorpe, muralist and scholar A.C. Blue Eagle, Quapaw violinist Fred Carden, and her cousin Ataloa. These performers not only entertained, but also served as activists to raise awareness of the current flaws in federal Indian policy.
Now, when we begin to look more closely at the lives of these individuals, which is something that historians really have not really begun to do until very recently, when we begin to look more closely at these lives, we see just this amazing assortment of individuals who are all in constant motion and in constant contact with one another in the 1920s and 1930s. It's really extraordinary. And when you see that, then you can really begin to see how all of their efforts, their various efforts, the different things that they do, are beginning to really serve similar intertribal purposes.
At one point, Teyana was advised by a colleague from Chautauqua to focus on sharing her knowledge with youth instead of older society women. This inspired her to concentrate her energies toward educational storytelling.
She used to always say she loved performing for children the most, and she did quite a bit of travel and would do school programs, and she made a point of doing those even when she had other engagements, because she thought it was so important that young people, particularly non-Native young people, have the opportunity to be educated and exposed to Native American culture and traditions and stories. When she was in regalia, I mean, it was like they were seeing history come alive to them. If I perform for children, I think I can turn a lot of them into lifelong students and admirers of Native Americans. They have a longer time horizon to be impacted than adults do.
From a very early age, Teyata acquired a deep love for nature. So working with inner city youth in Bear Mountain, New York during the Depression served as an opportunity to get closer to the land, as well as share her stories with younger people.
I would begin, and soon a hush would fall over the group. I would let my fingers wander over the taut skin of my drum and gradually set up a thudding, rhythmic background for a song. By this time, I had eliminated most non-Indian elements from my program, including piano music. I found the traditional drums most satisfactory for setting a mood.
Eleanor Roosevelt, appreciative of Teyata's previous performances for the underprivileged children at Bear Mountain, would later name a lake in her honor near the camps. Also named in her honor was Camp Teyata, a beautiful location in Harriman, New York, where thousands of Girl Scouts spent their summers. Teyata's performances had grown increasingly spiritual, incorporating both her Christian upbringing as well as nature-based spirituality.
She would tell you religious stories or talk about the Great Spirit, that sort of thing. It wasn't just, it's exactly this way. She somehow managed to combine lots of different things into her spiritual view of the world.
I think she incorporated a lot of different spiritual beliefs and traditions into developing her own. For example, at my naming ceremony, which we had in her apartment, she started by praying to the north, praying to the south, east, the west, in each direction, a very non-Christian thing, but very much a native thing.
Teyata spent a considerable amount of time at Loon Island in New Hampshire, which was very much a second home. Here she found an oasis by spending time alone and getting away from the city to recharge in the quiet of nature.
Loon Island belonged to a good friend of hers. It was an island out in the middle of a lake, and you couldn't get there except by canoe. And there was something about that whole process that really spoke to her. But it was to become the place where she recharged her batteries. When living in the city got to her or drained her of her energy, she could escape to Loon Island and be with nature.
The trees were getting full grown. He made them all to come fast, because he was in a hurry to make the world productive and beautiful. The trees all had these beautiful little green dresses. The little leaves would flutter and dance and sing, and this made the mother happy.
Teyata's life changed in 1932 when she met Dr. Clyde Fisher, curator for the American Museum of Natural History and founding director of the museum's Hayden Planetarium. Despite being many years her senior, the couple bonded instantly over their shared interests and quickly became a part of New York society. Teyata and Clyde Fisher married within a year of the meeting. Their wedding took place in Oklahoma at Bacone College. Bacone was the only Indian college at the time, and fellow Chickasaw artist and teacher Adaloa was on hand to assist in organizing the ceremony.
With her marriage with her husband, Clyde Fisher. At this time, he is the curator of the Natural History Museum. He's a very respected scientist, but being the curator of that museum, It's part of his duties to travel the country, to travel the world, looking for new exhibits, looking at new cultural experience to bring back, and he takes Teata with him. And from this young lady, once from Inuit Indian Territory to now being in Peru, to being in Mexico.
In 1943, Clyde led an expedition to visit a volcano in the Mexican village of Paracutin, and Teata went along as a photographer.
All these things were coming out of these little cones. I was close enough to photograph them and to, it was just beautiful, just simply beautiful. He said, Teata, I think we had better go down to more level terrain, because he said, I think there may be fireworks here that we don't want to be too close to. He said, put everything down and start running. Run as fast as you can go. It's hard to run in that ash, and it was so deep. He said, run as fast, keep going, keep going, keep going. I turned around to look, and I saw this amazing river of molten lava that wasn't very far behind us at that moment. But we were very glad to get out of its way. You can see what a river that was behind us. That was coming down behind us as we left those little cones. I've had a lot of exciting things happen to me in my time, but I'm sure that I will never have anything more exciting than that run from the lava in old Mexico, one that I shall never, never, never forget.
She's no longer seeing the world in a very narrow prism. She's seeing the global experience of indigenous people elsewhere, and she's beginning to shape her later performances, and I would argue her later activism.
Due to these explorations and Fisher's speaking tours, the couple spent quite a bit of time apart. However, the couple made a priority of staying connected. In addition, Clyde would also accompany her on many of her visits to family back in Oklahoma.
I went with them on their walk. She'd tell you the Indian-related items, and there were tribes in the north that considered this, the first snow, to be a way of cleansing yourself from sin. So they would roll naked in the first snow, and that accomplished it for the year, you know. In the South, where they didn't see the snow, it was a demonic thing, you know. They were being punished for bad things that they had done. So it depended on where you were. And then Uncle Clyde would explain why it snowed and why the flakes were different, and, you know, what kind of things would come from nature as a result of the snow, because he was a naturalist, probably more than anything else.
They wrote to each other literally hundreds and hundreds of letters during their relationship and their marriage. It's really amazing to see how much they both loved and embraced the natural world.
Dearest bearer of the morning, this day, Sunday, has been another gorgeous specimen of October's bright blue weather. I wish I could have enjoyed it with my Indian.
Mato dear, how quick your last letter flew to me. The one written on Sunday the 8th came today. It makes me feel a little closer. I suppose all newly married ones vow they will never let it grow old to them. We all desire it and want it after a fashion. I believe the women want it most, though. For the man grows so interested in his business that he forgets to make a business of marriage, too.
Teata continued her friendship with Eleanor Roosevelt and her husband Franklin, who was then the governor of New York. Teata performed frequently at the Roosevelt's home, the governor's mansion, and later for the British Prime Minister in Roosevelt's White House.
The White House, Washington, D.C., April 20th, 1933. Would Teata consider coming down for a short appearance after dinner for Premier MacDonald on Saturday the 22nd? We'll pay her expenses. She can come in afternoon and return by midnight train. Eleanor Roosevelt.
Here she is performing before Ramsay MacDonald, who was the Prime Minister of the British Empire, most powerful country, most extensive country on the globe. This is the first White House entertainment of the new Roosevelt administration. What a potent message for the Roosevelts to send about the United States, but what a commanding stage for a relatively young woman to be on. And of course, that night she got to spend the night in the Lincoln bedroom, and she wrote a letter, which we still have. And it's a wonderful letter. You know, it's all the pride, all the exuberance, all the excitement of the day. But like most things Tayada wrote, there's always some reflection in it and some vision as well.
I'm not sure even Tayada could have fully known this. I'm not even sure President Roosevelt could have known this, but it happened fortuitously for all of them. President Roosevelt soon to appoint an Indian commissioner named John Collier. John Collier is going to be very different from any Indian commissioner we've ever had prior to this time. He's going to say, let's respect culture, let's respect tradition, and let's promote it. So when the president invites her to perform, whether intentional or unintentional, it's also going to support what his administration is about to launch, this Indian New Deal and this Indian Reorganization Act. And that way, she's going to become a symbol.
In June of 1934, during the second year of the Roosevelt administration, the Indian Reorganization Act was instated and secured certain rights for Native Americans in the United States.
A few years later, Eleanor called her again and asked her to participate in an event that had great political significance and diplomatic significance prior to World War II, and that being the visit by the King and Queen of England, King George VI, and his wife, Queen Elizabeth. So it was a great moment when she did step out on this platform to perform for the King and Queen.
My first number was Let It Be Beautiful by Hartley B. Alexander. After this came a romance legend, which seemed to please the royal guests, for they smiled and laughed spontaneously. An Indian lullaby followed, and the group was ended with Constance L. Skinner's The Song of the Maiden Weaving. In this last number, I used a beautiful Salish basket loaned me by Dr. Clark Whistler of the American Museum. Dear Mother, I knew that you would want to know all about my appearance yesterday before King George and Queen Elizabeth of England. Ever since my return from Oklahoma, there has been too much excitement in the air for this engine. Of course, I realized that it was a great honor to be selected to appear as entertainer before America's most distinguished guests of all time, the King and Queen of England. But I was not prepared to be so much in the news with my tiny little part in their reception. It was my good luck to be born a Native American and to be able, in a small way, to represent a people who have for other nations a great romantic appeal and interest.
My dearest Princess Tayata, the President and I feel it was most kind of you to present your interesting program for their Majesties. And I wish to take this opportunity to thank you most warmly for your contribution to making the picnic the success it was. Sincerely yours, Eleanor Roosevelt.
Tayada made a point to visit Native groups around the country. At one point, she and Clyde embarked on a 12,000-mile, 10-week journey to states from New York to California for this purpose. While visiting the tribes, she would spend quality time listening to their stories and educating herself on their culture.
She immersed herself in a number of different Native communities through visiting frequently different Indian communities across the country. Well, in South America, for that regard, or in Scandinavia. I mean, she was very much interested in
Native communities around the world.
In the beginning of 1949, Teyata lost the love of her life, Clyde Fisher.
When Clyde Fisher passed away, Teyata was devastated, absolutely devastated. His illness was difficult because of the nature of it. He had heart issues, and he grew weaker and weaker as time went on. And for months, she had sole care of him. So it was also very physically draining for her, emotionally devastating for her. And when he finally passed, she was just at her lowest point. And friends stepped in. She traveled to Peru with friends to get away for a time and to try and reassess where she was and where she wanted to go next in her life.
Several years after Clyde's death, Teyata moved to Santa Fe, where she shared a home with Ataloa. This period of her life came on the heels of great change in the relationship between Native Americans and the U.S. government. Native rights were once again in jeopardy. In January of 1945, the Federal Commissioner of Indian Affairs, John Collier, who was an advocate for American Indian rights, was forced to resign. Tribal self-determination was hanging in the balance. Expressing their legislation as a move toward Indian rights, advocates for termination sought to terminate all federal responsibility to Indian tribes. Utah Senator Arthur Watkins, who led the effort, went so far as to recall rhetoric of Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. In February 1954, the Republican senator stressed, "We want to take off the shackles and make you free men. We pay you a great compliment when we say we are sure you can do a good job. In fact, we think you will do a better job than we have for 135 years." Teyata found her political voice and used her oratorical expertise to encourage her fellow Native Americans to stand up for their rights and oppose termination. Teyata was disturbed by the looming poverty among Indians, especially those who lived on reservations. These issues further motivated her to deliver influential speeches to Native people, persuading them to defend their true rights.
And Teyata chooses, at this point, to talk to a non-Indian audience and to tell them a quote from one of her friends. And in this particular quote, she quotes Oscar Jacobson, who's in the art department at OU. And she turns to the audience and she says, "Anglo-Saxons crush anything that get in their path." And that includes natives. And then she goes on to say, "And then they gently pick them back up and put them in museums." And the more powerful line comes next. And in essence, she says, and I'm paraphrasing, "But guess what? Indian culture isn't dead." Fast forward, if you will, to just a few decades later. And we get to the 1950s, and she's speaking to another women's crew. She's warning about a termination policy which hasn't been identified as such, but which is coming, which threatens to end Indian sovereignty. She predicts a day in which natives will have today what we call self-determination. She's only about 15 years ahead of herself.
Teyata was not the only Chickasaw actively speaking out against these termination policies. There were many grassroots movements organized by tribal citizens at churches in her home state of Oklahoma. For the remainder of her career, Teyata performed for schools and civic organizations across the country. Always on the road, Teyata claimed to have driven to every state but Hawaii and Alaska. However, as she and her siblings grew older, Teyata returned to Oklahoma, back to her roots, to strengthen family bonds. She was welcomed to Tishomingo and served as guest of honor at the celebration of the Chickasaw Centennial. In 1957, Teyana was inducted into the Oklahoma Hall of Fame. The storyteller continued to build on her legacy for decades. She performed around Oklahoma and gained national acclaim as well.
She came, I think I was in junior high, and did a program for our school. They, at that time, had assemblies every so often, and they would bring in various things so we'd be cultured here in southern Oklahoma. But she was one of the programs, and of course I was very proud. I mean, I had bragging rights that day. You'd just be in awe while you were listening, and some of them were real cute. You know, the one about the looking for a wife. Anybody around here want a wife?
Once there was a young maiden, and who lived all alone beside a stream. And she said to herself one day, I'm old enough to get married. So she oiled her hair, and she painted her face, and she went down to the stream, and she looked in, and she saw how beautiful she was. And she said to herself, I'm good looking enough for any man. And so she walked down the banks of the river. After a little bit, she came to a place where there'd been a camp. She sat down upon a log, and she began to sing. And she sang, anybody around here want a wife? Anybody around here want a wife? Anybody around here want a wife? And somebody answered, I want a wife. I want a wife. I want a wife. What shall we live on? What shall we live on if we live together? We will live on hawthorn berries and roots. Oh, I couldn't live on hawthorn berries and roots. That's not good enough for a nice girl like me. And she walked on down the banks of the river.
Anybody want a wife? Anybody want a wife? And you can just hear that voice saying that key phrase of the story over and over in your head. She was amazing what she could do with her voice.
It was beginning to get very dark. And she think if she gonna get husband that day, she got to hurry up. So one more time she sing that song. Anybody around here want a wife? Anybody around here want a wife? Anybody around here want a wife? And somebody answer, I want a wife. I want a wife. I want a wife. What shall we live on? What shall we live on if we live together? We will live on seeds. Oh, I like seeds. Seeds are nice and soft and tender. He was very much pleased when he heard her sing that. So he came and sat down upon the log beside her. He said, did you understand what I said we'd live on if we lived together? Yes, seeds. I like seeds. He was so pleased with her answer, and she was so pleased with him that they flew off down the banks of the river together because they were the first birds of spring.
Teyana's performances were preserved in the film God's Drum, the proceeds of which funded a scholarship for Native Americans for several years. In 1976, as part of NBC's bicentennial celebration of the 50 states, she was interviewed by Today Show co-host Jim Hartz as an Oklahoma gem.
I remember watching her. Here she is being interviewed on national television in full regalia, and I thought, wow, I mean, you know, how cool is that, and how impressive is that somebody at that time, 81 years old, you know, was a commanding figure and was that well known and well established that she would be taken as a representative of, you know, some aspect, part of our heritage and history as a state.
She really was the driving force in the family. I was young when we had a reunion and saw her, but Teyana put that together. Family was foremost for her. The relationship between her mother and her father and herself was quite close. And it was that with all of her siblings. There was never, I'm I'm a famous person. She was just herself.
It was a wonderful time. It was in the late 70s and early 80s. Looking back now, you know, the song Gone Away People, many of these people are gone away. We have good memories.
Tayada received many honors later in her life. She holds a place in the Chickasaw Hall of Fame and became Oklahoma's first cultural treasure in 1987.
She was 92 at the time. And to see her honored in this way as the very first Oklahoma treasure, a designate for our cultural artists, and you look at the great Oklahomans, native and non-native, who've gone on and had that honor, but there can only be one number one. And of all the rich tradition of performers in our history, that she was chosen, I think, is, again, obviously a source of great pride to the family and to the tribe.
There was a regalness about her. When she was in the room, your attention was on Tayada. And that's something that came from inside. She understood her place in history, I think. And that's something I think that was very, very unique to her and is unique to a lot of people. They have the ability to recognize that significant moment and understand that that moment is going to affect, possibly, generation after generation after generation.
Her last days here on Earth, things have come full circle for her. She has lived long enough now till we're close to seeing the fruits of some sovereignty, the fruits of Indian self-determination, and she's lived long enough to see that the future for her people is much brighter than it was when she was born.
Tayada passed on October 26, 1995, just days short of her 100th birthday. In 2014, a statue was dedicated at her alma mater, now called the University of Science and Arts of Oklahoma.
She defied all the stereotypes at all levels as Native American as well as a woman. At a time when either of those things presented difficulties and challenges, yet she celebrated both. And she did so in a way that brought honor to those she represented: Native Americans, females, Oklahomans, Chickasaws.
Here's this magnificent statue of her that will be here as long as this institution is here. And that was the very, building that she was going in and out of, up and down those stairs as a very young Indian girl, with no idea that she was at the beginning of an epic personal journey that would take her all over the world and expose her to presidents and kings and queens and royalty and some of the richest and most powerful people in the world. And at the same time, classrooms to little groups of Native Americans who were yearning to see their culture celebrated and to hold on to some piece of pride, that from this very spot, essentially where that statue is, that would launch her. I would honestly rather have the statue here than at her birthplace in Emmett or in New York City or at Lake Tayada, in New York or any place else. I think this was the place.
Her life was so full and so remarkable. I think she had no regrets. She met people who are in our history books. She just led an incredible life and a very complete life. All of her nieces and nephews were her family, were her children.
After her death, Tayada's family fulfilled her final wishes and scattered her ashes across Tishomingo and along Pennington Creek, places held dear by the storyteller. And for one last and final time, Tayada Fisher was back home.
Stories are very ancient, our greatest possession. We had no book. We had wonderful tribal storytellers, keeper of our history, our teachers, our historians, our entertainers.
with a God, I walk upon the summit. I am old. I have walked along with gods. Soon I shall find the trail of beauty, and with a God walk down into the valley.
And the main thing that we want to say is that swimming lessons save lives, and we want everybody, children, all the way through adults, to learn how to swim.
Always let know.
Well,
maybe the lifeguard, but who do you come with? An adult, right? If it's mom, if it's dad, if it's grandma, grandpa, older sibling, right? So they know.
people want to approach the horse, we always let them know that, to approach the horse from the side, because the horse, you're coming from the face here. Horses generally don't like their faces touched, but our horses don't mind it. But they also have a mouth. Our horses won't bite, but we just try to teach etiquette with a horse. The rules are don't put your hands in the mouth of a horse because other horses might bite you. But you come to the side here, it's safe because their heads can move. They can't step on you right here. And they can feel how soft the fur is, and they can pet them, and they like it. You can see his face. He just kind of likes that whole little pet. And then we also keep our feet away from here because he doesn't know how heavy he is. So when he steps down and he steps on your foot, he doesn't know he stepped on your foot. He'll keep his foot on your foot. So we try to tell, if you keep arm's length distance away from the horse, then your feet are plenty of distance away from the horse, and you're able to pet them. The police horses that we have, like Odie, they won't kick you from behind, but on any given day they can. But the rule of thumb with a horse is you never walk behind a horse, and if you do, you let them know that you're there. So he knows I'm there. He's used to this because we train them so if people try to slap them or scare them from behind, they won't scare. But when we're out in the street, we try to remind people not to get behind them, just so they can understand that not every horse they meet is a police horse. For some people, it's their first experience, and we don't want their first experience to be jaded to think that every horse is like this. So, right, Odie? Yeah. Well, we've worked a lot of the crowds in Las Vegas. We worked New Year's Eve, the Martin Luther King Day Parade. We worked EDC and Life is Beautiful, events like that. We've even worked a couple of protests on Fremont Street. So, for the most part, people are intimidated by their size. And when you have about 6 to 8 of these lined up, that's 1,200 pounds a piece or more, it kind of gives you that whole larger than life factor. And he will lean into children and sniff them and put his head in there. He might not do that to every adult, but I think for kids, they maybe sense that innocence. Okay, good boy, Odie.
We're way more approachable to the average citizen. Of course, kids come up and love us. They're more approachable as if I was in a car with the windows up or just driving around town. We're around town on these guys. We're more visible. We can see farther, and people can see us as well from farther away. So they'll come from across the field to come see the horses. So it does make the community and the police officers as well feel like they're more in touch with each other. It's maintenance. They take a lot of maintenance. We have to be out here a lot. They have to be fed and cleaned and trained. We have to be trained as well, so we take them out all the time.
All right, so this is Peg or Pegasus. She's our Mustang, and she's part of the 5-horse herd and with the mounted unit, and we have to take care of them every day. So they get fed in the morning. They each get about 12 to 15 pounds of hay every morning, and they get it every night. And then during the day, they also get lunch, which is usually a grain supplement. So we give them treats. They eat carrots, they eat apples. They also will eat peppermint candy. They like that sugar taste. But we do watch their diet. They are on a pretty scheduled diet, only because we want them to get overweight and we don't want them to get underweight. And every breed of horse has a different weight. The horses have hoofs, and the hoofs are more or less like your fingernail. So if your fingernail has no nerve endings in it, and that's what their hoof is. Now that hoof is a whole fingernail. So they don't feel anything on their hoof. So if I pick their foot up, this here, they don't feel that. So there's nothing in there. It's just a nail. So that's why people can nail a horseshoe into their hoof and they don't feel the nail. So we have to trim that hoof. We have to pick all the dirt out of it, kind of like you picking your fingernail. So pretty much a lot of what goes on with a horse is what you do with your normal pets at home, and also what you do to keep yourself fit and manicured. Clean off the outside of the hoof here, because it gets to the dirt. So we just do this, and that gets it nice and clean. And you like that, huh? So you can see the difference already. It just cleans them up and makes it look a lot cleaner than the other hoof. They do get sensitive inside their hoof. I mean, if they were to get a nail, it would hurt them. because it goes into the frog, which is a more sensitive, soft part of the hoof. It's not as tough as the outside part. If they step on a stone, they can get what they call a stone bruise, where if you stepped on a stone or something on the ground and you pick your foot up, ow, you know, if you're walking around your living room, a Lego piece that's laying around, it'll hurt for a while. That's what happens with them as well.
Grooming a horse actually isn't just to make them look even better than they already do. Grooming is also a really good way to bond with your horse. Bonding with your horse is going to create a completely different experience than not bonding with your horse. We get to check the ears, the eyes, the mouth, the nose, make sure nothing's bleeding, nothing's poking them, nothing's bothering them, and they're all healthy. He really likes it. We have some teenage girls around here and they love to braid his mane and they love to give him love, and he loves it too. He's obviously a very big love. So we usually brush, you know, up here in the forelock, and then we're gonna brush his big old pretty mane right there. The tail we brush too, it's usually for more hygienic purposes. My favorite, and I think the most important grooming tool, is definitely your hoof pick. I try and keep one in my car, in the saddlebag, and at least 10 in the barn. At any given point, you go on a trail ride and you step on something, or maybe you just want to check something out, you go ahead and get off and you clear it out. But this is definitely the most important tool. If something happens to their hooves, it's a world of hurt for both rider and horse. Before we go out to an event, you know, these horses, they wear some pretty amazing boots for protection. So before we put them in those boots, we make sure to really pick their feet and get everything out first. Once the boot's on, it's very unlikely something's going to get in there, and that's kind of what they're there for, is protection. All right, say goodbye to the camera.
Well, I always knew that I wanted a job where I was making a difference in individual people's lives. I went to school, I got my degree in sociology with the intentions of being a social worker, and I moved to Vegas and I tried that out for about 6 months, and I didn't feel like I was really helping people help themselves. And so I started applying for the academies. It was just always a passion of mine to help people, and this was my path to do it. It just reminded me of home. I'm from a small town in northern Utah, and Boulder City was just that community feel, that family feel. When I went over to the police department, I was greeted by all the officers just as a candidate, and I realized that here I'm going to be working for a family and not as a number. Working in Boulder City as a police officer is different than working in a lot of places. The community here, the vast majority of them support us. They care about us. They throw us support rallies. They're constantly trying to buy my coffee, trying to do kind things for us. And when I walk around town, I get to make 10, 20 positive contacts for every negative contact I have to make. And so it makes me, working for this community makes me really want to keep them safe. I know they love us, and we love them back as their police officers here. So just so you're aware, women make up about 10% or less of law enforcement. And then once you promote, I'm a sergeant, once you promote, that number shrinks. In fact, women in command are 1% of all the command staff in law enforcement. I think as women, we have talent to relate to people on a different level than men do, especially other women. I spent 7 years working as a detective with our special victims, and developing those relationships with our most vulnerable population, our children and our elderly and our women, helped me realize that there is a significant need and a place for women in law enforcement. And I felt like I did a lot of good being able to relate to a diverse population that we have. I think some of the best things about law enforcement is when you come to work, it's going to be different every day. You're always learning, and there's always so many different things to do. Just in Boulder City Police, we have so many different specialty units and things for you to do, such as ride a motorcycle, fly a drone, ride on a boat, go off-road, be a detective, investigate homicides or property crimes or whatever you want to do. Well, this is what I tell my trainees. My brand new trainees, look, your job today, besides protecting the community and doing everything you're supposed to, with everything we have going on in the United States against law enforcement, with all the negative perception that we have, my goal for you today is to change one person's mind. Make one positive contact today, somebody that might not have liked law enforcement before, and be respectful to them, be courteous to them, and make them realize that we're not all bad and we actually really do care.
Good morning. My name is Jay Dardano. I'm a firefighter paramedic here with the City of Boulder City Fire Department. And today we're going to go through our ladder truck, Truck 121. The main purpose of this truck is our second out piece of apparatus on all structure fires. As you can tell with the giant ladder on top, it's 75 feet, and it helps us reach very tall buildings and other areas that are sometimes difficult to reach with our typical ground ladders that we carry by hand. Some of the main functions in here, as you can see, that we have our on and off switch, our ignition switch. That's what starts the fire truck and allows us to get ready to go on any of the calls. We also have our transmission, just like you would have in your regular vehicles, like your mom and dad would have, that you could put it into drive. That allows us to go forward and backwards and get to the emergency call. Up here on top, we have all the controls for our lights, our warning lights, and our siren. Down here we have more of the controls for our ladder to be able to put it up and down. Also generators and other controls that we have on the vehicle itself. And of course, the yellow one here is our parking brake. The radio that we talk to dispatch on is over here. That's how we receive our emergency calls, and that's how we let dispatch know if we need more fire trucks, more personnel. These headsets here allow us to not only talk to each other on the inside of the vehicle, because sometimes it can be very loud in here, but also they're connected to the radio so that we can talk to dispatch as well. And they can hear us clearly, we can hear them clearly. The person that typically sits in the seat that I'm in is the engineer. He or she is responsible for driving the vehicle to and from the emergency, pumping water at the emergency, and operating the ladder on top of the vehicle as well. The person that sits in the passenger seat over here is the captain. The captain is the person that is in charge of all of the personnel on the truck and gives us assignments on how to accomplish mitigating the emergency. The two firefighters would be in the back seats, but altogether we work as a crew. So currently we have 7 firefighters on shift, and that's including the captain. We will have 3 on our first out engine, and we'll also have 2 people on each one of the ambulances or rescues to go to medical calls as well. It's not necessarily a commercial vehicle because it is an emergency vehicle, but we have to go through an obstacle course forwards and backwards with the vehicle. We have to drive around town, know our streets, where we can fit, where we can't fit, and know how to safely operate the vehicle. That's all on the captain. The captain will assign who he wants to go and do what type of job. And from there, it's some people like heights, some people don't, but I'll be the first one to climb up that ladder. I don't mind it at all. All right, some of the other equipment that you can see on the outside of the vehicle here, over on this side up here in the hose bed, we have some 3-inch hose. That's mainly used for putting large amounts of water onto a large fire. It can also be used to hook to a fire hydrant to supply the vehicle with water from the fire hydrant. Over here as well, we have some even larger hose, some 5-inch hose that's mainly used to get water from the fire hydrant to the truck. It can also be used in between trucks. All right, and in these cabinets here, you'll notice we have a lot of our ground ladders. These are the ladders that we typically use on fires that we carry by hand, and we can lay up against the house or building that may be on fire. This cabinet up underneath here has all of the tools we need to hook to the fire hydrant. It has all of our wrenches and adapters so that we can hook the hose to the hydrant and get water to the truck. Some of the controls that help with the ladder as well are here and over there. We have these big pillars that come out of the side called outriggers that help stabilize the truck, so when the ladder goes up in the air, that the truck doesn't tip over. So it gives it a little bit more of stabilization because we're reaching very far distances with that ladder. Here's where we keep our spare air bottles that we wear on our back to help us breathe air in smoky environments. The air packs that we use currently, we have the air tank itself, which hooks to this backpack, and this backpack is able to be worn. We also have a little belt to wear as well to help snug this and keep it close to us. Once the air tank is on, air will come through this hose here to this piece, which hooks into our mask, and that allows us to breathe fresh air when we're in a smoky or hazardous environment. Here we have the main hoses for the truck. These two here are typically used on most of our fires. There's 200 feet of hose there, and this is the pump panel or the control to get the water that's stored in the tank to each one of the additional hoses that are on this vehicle. We have a variety of equipment that we can use. We have two different types of saws. We have a standard chainsaw. We also have a giant fan as well. Very powerful fan that we can put in the front door of the house, and that blows a lot of air in and pushes all the smoke out. So these are our hydraulic tools or extrication tools. Most commonly people refer to these as the jaws of life. These can be used to lift heavy objects off of people. They can be used to cut apart cars and to force things that generally we wouldn't be able to do by hand. We can cut, we can spread, we have big balloon airbags that are up here. Again, those are used for lifting as well if something is trapped underneath something that's extremely heavy. These are very thin bags that we have, and they can slide under, and then once we hook the air hose to this, they blow up like a big balloon or a big pillow, and that helps raise whatever's on that person off so that we can get them out. And this is just more places to connect hoses for fires. Some of these take water in, some of them put water out, and that's pretty much it on this vehicle, other than the giant ladder on top. This is one of our rescues, or ambulance, as some people will call it. This is what we arrive to your house with if you're injured or sick. We carry all sorts of equipment on here, such as you would find in a hospital or doctor's office. We can treat anything from minor bumps and bruises and fractures to more serious health conditions such as strokes, heart attacks, and extreme trauma. The very basics, all of our equipment is carried in these bags so that we can take the equipment to you and not you to the equipment, so we can start caring for you at the scene of the emergency, in your home, in your car, out on the dry lake bed. All of this stuff is very portable and comes with us. And this is our cardiac monitor. This does everything from take your blood pressure, to measuring your oxygen levels, to giving you a tracing of your heartbeat. It also allows us to provide electricity to severely sick patients who might need a pacemaker, or whose heart rate is too fast, or whose heart is not beating at all. We can do all of that with this particular device right here. These are all brand new for us as well, so we got some nice light equipment. If you're the patient, typically you'll be riding up here on our stretcher with some seat belts. It's the only way that we can seat belt you in back here, so that as we're on the way to the hospital, everyone's safe and has a seat belt on. And nowadays, thank goodness, we have these stretchers that are all hydraulic, as well as the lifting device. That helps us with longevity in our careers, less back injuries, less injuries to us, and it also makes it a lot easier to move heavier patients or people that are unable to help get in and out of the vehicle on their own. So this is a lifesaver for all of us. We just have spare equipment up in the cabinets. So if we need to treat more than one patient, say at an emergency or at a car accident, we would be able to take care of more than one patient until other fire trucks arrive to help us with that.
Growing up, my family was always involved in some kind of services, whether that be military, fire, police. So growing up, that's always what I knew was being involved in the community, and it really kind of just drove me to continue that and make that my career. So I basically tested for everything in the valley, and now here I am as a police officer, and couldn't be more happier. Boulder City is one of the greatest places I think I've ever been to and I've lived in. It always drove me to just want to help the community that I live in, and I think this is probably one of the greatest places to live, one of the greatest communities, some of the nicest, just best people you can meet. So for me, it was a no-brainer. I wanted to be out here in Boulder City, and it's been the best decision I've ever made. Getting badged by my dad, he's been in Clark County Fire for almost 20 years now, so getting to have him, pin this badge on me, it really made me proud, and it made my dad proud and my whole family, and I couldn't have been smiling any harder. I mean, I still think of that day all the time, because getting to share that moment with my dad and my whole family being there, it really drove me to just continue to be better and do anything I can for this community, because just that one moment can change the rest of your life.
Good morning, I'm Mayor Karen McManus, and it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Representative Susie Lee to Boulder City. We're here today to acknowledge the federal funding that Representative Lee was able to procure for Boulder City for a wastewater project that's been pending. It's something that's critical to how our system works here in Boulder City. And Representative Lee had reached out and said, what can she do to help Boulder City with a project that was ready to go, that was necessary, and that would improve our infrastructure? Staff very quickly identified this project as one that was critical for us. It's a way that we can recover from the pandemic and also improve our city at the same time. So again, it's my pleasure to welcome Representative Susie Lee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, it's good to see everyone here in person. And, this project really, to me, symbolizes the great partnership that we have between the federal delegation and the city of Boulder City. And I was really happy to be able to work and secure $1 million for the wastewater treatment plant. With these funds, the city will be able to upgrade its wastewater treatment, which will obviously help to deliver secure, safe water to your residents. And as we continue to experience drought conditions throughout the Southwest, and no one knows better than the residents of Boulder City, we have to continue to make sure that we manage our water consumption appropriately. And this goes a long way to helping Boulder City to be able to do that. So I'm thrilled to be able to deliver these funds and to invest in Boulder City. And, we're going through another process this year. So hopefully we'll have another project after this year's appropriations pass to pass along to Boulder City. But it's really, to me, about the partnership between my office and the mayors and Joe and the city manager and all of you, our board members who represent the city of Boulder City. So thank you, and happy to be here today.
Yeah, so I just want to thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor McManus, Congresswoman Lee, and all of you for being here. So Boulder City's wastewater treatment facility, again, it's more than 50 years old. The plant treats about 1.3 million gallons of wastewater a day. It's operating 24/7. The bar screen and grit removal system has reached a critical point and it must be replaced. Failure of the system could create numerous health, safety, and environmental issues. The federal funding secured by Representative Susie Lee and other Nevada lawmakers will help us replace this aging equipment and ensure safe wastewater disposal measures. I truly appreciate the support of Representative Susie Lee. She's been instrumental in allocating these needed funds. And this important funding comes months after the first federal water shortage was declared for Lake Mead due to a record drought. Just up the road, we could see the devastating effects of the drought, the bathtub ring, as it's called. It's a daily reminder to all of us in Boulder City. So I'm committed to finding ways to continue to upgrade Boulder City's wastewater infrastructure, as well as creating sustainable practices to reuse the wastewater. The order, delivery, and installation of this project will take about 12 months. The entire project is estimated at $1.4 million. The city budgeted the remaining $400,000 in the city's capital improvement plan. And again, on behalf of Boulder City, thank you, Representative Lee.
Greetings, Southern Nevada. I'm Crystal Zelke. You may be well aware the water situation in the West is making headlines. We want to give you an update on the water story and tell you how it's impacting our community. Join us for the next 30 minutes as we cover many topics with the executive team from the Southern Nevada Water Authority. John, at this very moment, what's the big picture on Colorado River and Lake Mead?
Well, unfortunately, it's pretty bad. We had the first ever federally declared shortage in August. Conditions have continued to decline. Since then, in March, I told a water conference up in Salt Lake City that the future of the Colorado River is paying, and anyone who tells you differently is selling something. So Colby can give you some of the numbers, but the circumstances are pretty dire right now.
So we're almost certainly going to be in a Tier 2 shortage next year, resulting in additional water supply reductions to the community. Depending upon what this summer and this summer's water demand shape up like, we could be seeing a Tier 3 shortage as early as 2024 and elevations in Lake Mead nearing 1,000 feet. Based upon the modeling that we've done and the look that we've taken at how we protect Lake Mead levels from continuing to decline, we estimate that we're going to need, as a Colorado River Basin community, to conserve between 2 and 4.5 million acre feet additional on top of the reductions we've already agreed to every single year in order to get through to renegotiating the guidelines in 2026.
So you touched on where we were going with the next question, which is the next thing is an expected Tier 2 shortage.
Good afternoon. Welcome to City Council meeting for August 9th, 2022. Items listed on the agenda may be taken out of order. 2 or more agenda items for consideration may be combined, and any item on the agenda may be removed or related discussion may be delayed at any time. Madam City Clerk, could we have I'll call the meeting to order. And Madam City Clerk, could we have a confirmation of the posting of the agenda and the roll call?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The agenda was posted in accordance with open meeting law, and we have Council Member Matt Fox absent.
Thank you. And we will begin with our invocation. We have Chaplain Michael Thrower. All rise, please.
As always, it is a pleasure and honor to come and present the invocation for this council member meeting. God, we just ask that you just guide the tongues, guide the thoughts of those that will be speaking, presenting, or replying to anything that happens today. We ask that you just continue to keep a hedge of protection around our officers, around our chaplains, around our pastors and priests and ministers, our children, our teachers, and all those that are staff members in those departments. We ask, Lord, that you just guide us and lead us in a way that only you can. Help us to be able to respect each other and to love one another as one race, and that is the human race. We thank you and we love you, and we look forward to your guidance and your leadership in our life. Amen.
Thank you. We'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, were there any public announcements?
None were offered.
Thank you. That brings us to our initial public comment period then. Public comment during this portion of the meeting are for those items on the agenda for action. Each speaker will have up to 5 minutes to speak. As always, we ask that you be civil and concise in your comments. Is there anyone present that would like to speak in public comment? Please come forward and state your name.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nathan Murdoch. I'm with Rev Renewables, which is the parent of the Delamar Energy Storage Project that's on the agenda tonight as number 3. I just want to introduce myself. We were the original developers interested in the parcel that submitted a land management process application back last year in September. We've been continuing to work on the project and invest in the project and working on permits and what other elements of the development process. So we're excited for the opportunity to enter the RFP and continue working on the project and working with Boulder City. We've been engaged with Brock, Armentrout, and Taylor and Brittany, and we've had a great experience so far, and we look forward to continuing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak in public comment? All right, we will take anyone wishing to call in at this time. Anyone wishing to call for the initial public comment period, the phone number 702-589-9629.
Public comment, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, Fred Volz. The following comments pertain to today's agenda items 11 and 16. For your discussion of the 2 alternatives contained in item 11's SNWA PowerPoint presentation, there are several missing considerations that deserve attention. Why is there no guesstimated range of costs listed for the two alternatives? Surely SNWA has constructed enough large projects to be able to apply a cost range, not a precise amount, to these two paths. For council to have an informed discussion, cost must be a key facet. The suggestion that existing water lines should be repurposed into a distribution network for recycled wastewater begs the question of how potable water will be distributed to the city. Will the city need new parallel water mains if the existing mains are used for recycled water? There is no discussion of this issue in the PowerPoint slides, but hopefully the presenter or city utility director will clarify the issue. The cost of the extensive piping network needed to replace what would be used for recycled wastewater staying in Boulder City far eclipses the roughly $40 million price tag for a new municipal swimming pool complex if the $2 million potable water pipeline to the city limits at Railroad Pass is a good gauge. Boulder City does not presently have $40 million for the pool complex. In addition, why should a network of potentially new water piping go beyond servicing the big four government water users? The Veterans Cemetery, Veterans Memorial Park, the Municipal Golf Course, and Boulder Creek Golf Course. If there is more processed wastewater produced than those four users can consistently consume, let's build a reservoir at the wastewater plant that can be drawn on during dry years and months. The footnote about providing, quote, legally binding assurance for the use of wastewater piped to Henderson, unquote, seems responsive to concerns about promoting new growth. But this council should be wary that if SNWA is providing most of the funding, SNWA will make the rules about the use of so-called water conservation credits, not Boulder City. Given the pro-growth attitude that prevails throughout the Las Vegas Valley without concern for securing new water supplies, Boulder City needs to be concerned about promoting more excessive and unsustainable growth in the region with its wastewater. Another consideration lacking discussion in the PowerPoint is the amount of electricity it will take to pump this volume of water uphill, either throughout Boulder City or through Railroad Pass to the Henderson Processing Facility. The steadily dropping Lake Mead water level will prospectively lead to less power production in the future from Hoover Dam's turbines. Congested and already committed electricity transmission lines through the region mean transporting more electricity from distant sources cannot necessarily be counted on as a solution. If this pumping operation requires considerable new electricity consumption, where will we secure the needed electricity? As for item 16, small reduction of water-consuming turf at the municipal golf course, this project amounts to only 12.3% of the total turf and retains all 2+ acres of ornamental ponds. It is an insufficient effort by the city to save water at its facility. The public has not been apprised of a comprehensive and meaningful plan to save water at the municipal golf course, Boulder Creek Golf Course, Veterans Memorial Park, ornamental lawns in and around City Hall, the police headquarters, and Parks and Recreation headquarters, among other sites. When will we see substantial action on this critical issue that only becomes worse by the day? And I would ask that my comments be added verbatim to the record of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. The phone line's available. Anyone else wishing to call for the initial public comment period, the phone number is 702-589-9629. This is the initial public comment period. Anyone wishing to call, the phone line is available. The number is 702-589-9629. Madam City Clerk, were there any emails received for the initial public comment period?
None were received.
Thank you. All right, hearing no others, for the initial public comment period, we will close public comment. Move to approval of the regular agenda. Any changes, Madam City Clerk?
No changes.
Madam City Attorney?
No changes.
And Mr. City Manager?
No changes to the regular agenda.
Thank you. Council members, any changes for the regular agenda?
No changes.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to make a motion?
I move to accept the regular agenda.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? We'll move to the consent agenda. Again, Madam City Clerk, any changes for the consent agenda?
No changes.
Madam City Attorney?
No changes.
Mr. City Manager?
Yes, I'd like to request the removal of item 7 from the consent agenda and plan to bring that back at the first meeting in September.
Thank you. I would also like to request item number 2 be moved to the regular agenda, and we'll make a motion then to move item 2 and remove item 7. Anyone wishing to second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have a split, so we're unable to approve the consent agenda.
No, the motion was to remove item 7 and move item 2 to the regular agenda. So the motion was not on approval of the consent agenda as a whole, but the...
Yes, I understand what you're getting at. Anyone wishing to make another motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the removal of item 7.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I am opposed. Apparently, that is accepted then, 3-1. We'll move then to item number 10, I believe it is, 11. Presentation by Ms. Ross with the Southern Nevada Water Authority.
Thank you very much. My name is Doa Ross. I'm the Deputy General Manager with the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and I appreciate the time that you've given for us to make this presentation today. There we go. Okay. So currently, Boulder City water demands are a little over 10,000 acre feet per year. The City of Boulder City operates a wastewater treatment facility with an average effluent rate of about 33.5 million gallons per month. The city also has a contract with a local gravel agency to receive some of that effluent at about 267 acre feet per year, or about 7.25 million gallons per month. And then the remaining volume that's not utilized is discharged to evaporation ponds out into the desert to be evaporated. Boulder City is the only Southern Nevada municipality that does not return their flow of any sort to Lake Mead. So obviously, if you have been watching the news and know, and you can see it in your own backyard, the drought is significant. Lake Mead is at a severe risk of falling to elevation actually below 900. And that's a critical measure for us because a lot of things come into play. First of all, is reservoir storage is only at 10% capacity. SNWA's first two intakes are above the surface. We do have that third intake. Hoover Dam is unable to release water downstream to Arizona, California, and Mexico, and Hoover Dam can no longer generate power, which Boulder City benefits from approximately 40%. Also, Nevada's allocation will further be curtailed to an undefined amount. We don't know what that looks like. The federal government would make that decision at that time. And it is possible that emergency reductions may result in an allocation lower than our current consumptive uses. So not only are things expected to get worse, this is what it will likely look like for the foreseeable future. What you see there on the left is where we are at elevation, about 1041 at the moment. And it's looking, based on current hydrologic models, that we will be at or bouncing around dead pool by the end of 2025. This is going to go on for what we can see for the foreseeable future. So our conceptual proposal is, given the severity of the Colorado River and its conditions covering everybody included, Boulder City as well, Boulder City's treated indoor water use is far preferable to recovering that than to allowing more than 300 million gallons of water to be evaporated out to the desert each year. To avoid financial impacts to Boulder City, SNWA is prepared to help fund and construct the effluent recovery. There are two feasible methods that are able to be recovering this effluent. One of them is a conveyance to return water to Lake Mead for return flow credits, as it's called. The other is for direct reuse within Boulder City for irrigation. So I'm going to go through some of those. First of all, this is just a look at the information we received from Boulder City. This is your current wastewater effluent by month. And then this is the treated effluent that you sell off to the gravel company. What's left in between is what gets evaporated out to the desert. This is the potential availability of the effluent. So the two options that I mentioned, first of all, is what we call returning it to Lake Mead. This would be full return flow credits. This would simply collect Boulder City's wastewater of its existence today. This is not future development of Boulder City. Boulder City's wastewater today would be collected and connected to City of Henderson's wastewater collection system to be treated at their treatment plant and returned to Lake Mead. Getting back to the question that the caller had asked, we have nothing to do with governing how return flow credits are done. Everything that the wastewater treatment plants treat and return go through a meter, and that meter is read and received by the Bureau of Reclamation to know how much water has been returned versus what's been removed. Upon acceptance of Boulder City effluent, City of Henderson would be then responsible for conveying the wastewater to their treatment plant, treating it and returning it. So it wouldn't mean a new treatment facility for Boulder City. It would mean delivering your wastewater, and Henderson would take it from there and deliver it back to the lake. So the benefits of this option means you capture 100% of your available treated effluent. It minimizes new infrastructure and any necessary upgrades to existing infrastructure. It's a low operational requirement cost due to the simplicity of the design. There's no vulnerability to cross-connection with potable water supply. SNWA respects the city's development restrictions, and as stated before, we are willing to provide whatever you guys need necessary to ensure that this is not in any way speculating growth, that this is not in any way being designed to handle growth, that this is simply to collect the wastewater that City of Boulder City generates today and return it to Lake Mead. The limitations with this option means it requires operating agreement between the City of Boulder City and City of Henderson to receive that wastewater and any costs that would be associated with that. But again, SNWA is willing to facilitate all those conversations. Option B would be direct reuse of the wastewater within the city of Boulder City. Boulder City would convey the treated effluent for irrigation of city-owned properties via existing raw water lines. Raw water lines are not potable water lines. I put this in here because the one part I don't know, and I'd have to get verification through the Division of Environmental Protection, is whether or not you'd be able to directly reuse those raw water lines, or would it require additional, what we call purple pipe. And that's the question that's unknown at this time. But because the effluent flows are insufficient many months, effluent would be augmented with potable water. So this means that just because a park or a golf course receives reclaimed water doesn't mean they won't still need more water. In fact, what we've seen is that most golf courses that do receive recycled water tend to need an additional 15 to 20% more than they normally would, simply to help dilute and get rid of the salinity that's within the water quality when you do treated wastewater. So now the benefits to this option is it utilizes city-generated effluent within the city of Boulder City. It does not require an interlocal with City of Henderson. It capitalizes on existing raw water conveyance infrastructure. The limitations, though, however, it may not fully utilize the available effluent in the winter months. It does require connection with raw and potable water system to supplement those demands. It requires an upgrade to the city's existing wastewater treatment plant to meet the additional irrigation standards and additional treatment that's necessary. It does create a greater operational complexity and higher operating costs for the city at the treatment plant, as well as at the golf courses. There are additional demands needed to be able to manage that water quality that comes back to them. It may increase total water requirements by the irrigated landscapes and decrease turf quality due to high salinity levels. And it does have a higher construction cost, especially if separate distribution pipes are then required. But again, SNWA is committed to assisting with all of these costs, whichever option is chosen. So the next steps, and this is not for a vote, it's just for your consideration. Both options have been determined to be technically feasible. SNWA wants to be a partner with Boulder City to help recover this wastewater. We want to see Boulder City give a little feedback. SNWA engineering staff will initiate any granular project proposals that you would like. We can go through preferred options, including cost estimates and even a kind of a conceptual map to get an idea of what it might look like. SNWA staff will engage with City of Boulder City senior staff to address questions or any issues that were brought up. This information will be presented to the Boulder City City Council, and no agreements will be codified or even taken any action without the express approval of the council. And I'll leave it with my tagline I'm running with today, which is don't let wastewater be water wasted. Reclaim, recycle, reuse. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. I do appreciate the explanations on this. This has obviously been a topic for quite some time. We know that water runs out into the desert. There's a little riparian area out there that's been created because of that. I've expressed my concerns before, and the problem is too that we've never really received any definitive information with regard to costs. So when the retrieval aspect of this was first discussed and a price tag was put out there by SNWA, and then the alternative of reusing our own wastewater within the city was discussed, it was that would be a less expensive alternative. Now, not sure what all was included in either one of those estimates, but that is clearly a factor that needs to be determined. Mm-hmm. So we've either not received the information or the information has been received but is not currently being considered as far as what those price differences are. I think that's a significant factor in determining the direction to go on this. The other issue is this retrieval line. Once it gets to the edge of Boulder City, we don't know what might happen with that network. there's already a system that's been installed below Railroad Pass or to that area. That's not within the control of Boulder City. A concern is that the city of Henderson has already annexed land in that area with the expressed intent to develop that. That's not something that I hear from our residents as being a desirable outcome. Currently, much of that area is still within the management of the Bureau of Land Management and would not be able to be developed unless they work something out with BLM, which does not appear likely. The Southern Nevada Lands Bill does not appear to be advancing in Congress right now, which would leave much of that area within the control of the Bureau of Land Management. But whatever might happen in the future, we're not going to be able to control what happens beyond our city limits, and that's a concern for me and for many residents that I've heard of.
Right.
So again, I think we need to be very careful about that. The other factor is, at least I've been hearing things like, the salinity is too high. Something that I asked to be made available to the public and also members of the council is some information that I had been able to find fairly quickly, actually, regarding the use of treated wastewater on golf courses. There's one particular article that's a bit dated. It's from March of 2009, but it actually has to do with golf courses here in Southern Nevada that were using treated wastewater at that time. And this was done by Science Daily, a paper that they had put out. And when they spoke with the golf courses that were using this, they said there was a total of 53 courses in Southern Nevada. I'm not sure exactly the number that were using treated effluent, but when they did poll those that were, 83% of them said that they fully intended to continue the use of that, even courses that have been using that water for several years. So again, I would hope that the capabilities to treat the effluent have improved over this past decade, so that the issue with salinity is been addressed. There are a couple of other articles in here, primarily for Arizona golf courses. One from 2018, where 2 other golf courses were getting the ability to use effluent down there at their request. They were joining with the city of Phoenix to share the cost in doing that because it was going to lower their overall cost. We're in a situation here in Boulder City where our golf courses are essentially subsidized by the other ratepayers in Boulder City because they pay the wholesale cost of the water and they're not paying for any of the other charges and services that are necessary, even though they're clearly our largest water users. I think that it was brought out earlier by the person who called in. We're not necessarily talking about putting this water everywhere. We happen to be in a situation where our 4 largest users are in fairly close proximity to the existing wastewater plant. So I think those are the types of things that need to be looked at very carefully to give an accurate picture, because right now we seem to have a very fuzzy picture of, we look at one alternative and it's that, yes, this looks like a good alternative, and then all of a sudden we get, people coming up with, well, what about this, what about this? We need to get that put together so that there aren't those types of conversations, that we know what the pros and cons of each one of these might be. The other factor is, if we're sending this water back, it means we're pulling fresh water out of the lake to put on those golf courses. So the fact that we're not recycling our water just means that we're pulling more water out of Lake Mead. I've seen examples of golf courses that use their lake features as storage. In other words, they will treat the water, put it into a lake on the course, and then use that when it's necessary. So I think there are a number of things that are not being talked about. We do have this raw water lines because, way back when, The brilliant plan was to have 5 golf courses here in Boulder City. So the only debt that the city currently has are storage tanks that were put in for that express purpose, to be able to store water for additional golf courses here. They're not really used for any purpose. This raw water system is not used. My understanding is there's a raw water main that goes right past municipal golf course and doesn't deliver a drop of that water to the course because it's not hooked up to its irrigation system. So that's not a combining of potable water and raw water. It's two systems that simply don't connect with one another anyway. That, what you mentioned earlier about having the purple pipe system, that's a cost that needs to be looked at. We're in a situation right now where we've actually approved significant use of American Rescue Plan dollars for irrigation work, especially at the municipal golf course. Well, before we start spending those dollars, we should really have a very good idea of where we're going to get the maximum payback for the use of those dollars at that course. Does that mean running a pipe up from the wastewater plant to the public courses? Discussions with Cascada on, are they willing to join in for a lesser cost of the water that they're using? Because they're currently using the raw water that comes in from Henderson, from the Henderson direction, but they're one of the few that are using that. And again, we have this system that runs all over Boulder City that gets very little use. So I think that, and obviously this is not SNWA's issue, it's Boulder City's issue. We need to get our act together and we need to get something definite on what is the best way to do this. Again, my concern is we are, you mentioned we're the only one that doesn't return water to the lake. Well, we're also the only municipal utility, I believe, that runs power, water, wastewater, and landfill in southern Nevada. There are other communities that have, different arrangements, but I believe we're the only ones that still retain that control. And what we see is that the rates we're able to charge to our residents are lower than what we see in other communities. That tells me that that's a good idea, that we are able to do that to control those costs so that our residents get good service at a good price. So I do appreciate the information you've presented here. My concern is that the push continues to be for this retrieval line, but we don't know what these dollars and cents are.
Right.
And I have a real concern of, getting hooked up into a system that's going to go against the stated growth policies of this community that have been in place for over 40 years.
Understand. No, what we're asking is really that next step to be able to begin that conversation for both options. We will take both options to a full scope and cost estimate. And then it would really be up to the city of Boulder City to make the decision on what you want. But we have to be able to explore all of the pieces and parts of that. When we originally did a cost estimate on the return flow option, that was simply because at the time we were asking all of the agencies, what candidate projects do you foresee needing? And that was the one that was proposed, so we ran with an estimate. It was just a back of the napkin estimate, nothing more than that. We never did any beyond design. So this next step would really start that kind of preliminary design for both options, including all the way out to the end user part of what does it mean? Additional pumping costs as far as a lift station's concerned versus maintenance costs for your treatment plant and additional costs on the end users of the reclaimed water. We want to be able to get all of that very transparent in front of you. And at the end of the day, it is your decision which choice you choose. SNWA says both are technically feasible. We are just here asking you to be partners in this community. Boulder City started us. They started the water in this community. We want to see you guys close that loop.
And I appreciate that. And again, I appreciate the work that SNWA has done. You provide service to your customers, and as
you are them.
Exactly. Yes. As a municipal utility, we are one of your customers.
Absolutely.
I appreciate very much the work that SNWA has done. My concern always is that solutions that are being looked at are not appropriate for Boulder City. They may be appropriate elsewhere, but they're not appropriate for the policies here. And, you know, yes, I do understand our per capita use of water is far higher because of the fact that we do not reuse or return our wastewater. But over that 40-year period of time where we've had conservative growth, we've been engaged in water conservation as a result of that policy.
And we applaud you for it.
And again, we're, you know, I will say it, that we're a unique community and the people that live here seem to be very supportive of that. But I also understand that's not the case in the valley. And the work that SNWA has done has been outstanding. You know, this region is by far the most water conscious region in the entire country. And you have plans to make that even more the case. We would like to be part of that, but I think it's very important that we do it in such a way that it does not impact our conservative growth goals and also provide service to this community because, again, those golf courses that we have are our major water users far and away, and they are being subsidized by the other ratepayers because of the fact that they do not pay the other services and fees that everyone else does for the use of water.
Sure.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Sure. I wanted to make sure I said what it is I've been thinking about this because this has been a very important topic to me since I was elected. Right. I was hoping in my term here that we would actually see the construction of a solution. I wanted to say we've been discussing a solution that was offered almost 3 years ago. There was approximately a $26 million project in the capital improvement plan for the SNWA. However, it was understood that there was a likelihood that it would not be approved by Boulder City Council if that project was included in the CIP. It's not a CIP.
The MCCP.
MCCP.
Yes.
So it was removed. 3 years ago, we could have been building something so that we weren't putting all that water in our evaporation pond. It just makes me unhappy that we've been doing this. We have to drastically cut our water usage, and we've been talking about it. And we use the threat of growth. And we've used the threat, the issue of keeping our rates low. But in the meantime, we are in a significant drought, and we are the only Southern Nevada municipality that does not reuse or recycle its wastewater. That's a shame. That's horrible. I supported this, the option of the sending the water back to the Henderson facility in an article I wrote in 2020 in the Boulder City Review, and it was trampled upon by others. And I've been accused of supporting unbridled growth because of my support of this project. So the question is, and I think this is really important because it feeds into this fear issue, is how much control do we have over where our wastewater goes, that it's going to go from our treatment facility to a Henderson treatment facility and into the wash, I assume, not right into the river or the lake, but it goes into the Las Vegas wash. That, can we control that pipeline? Can we control that ownership and say, yes, this is ours. We're going to only we're going to use this big a pipe. We're only going to send X, 1.3 million gallons a day.
Right. Yes.
And we can also control if we want to sell the gravel, a quarter of that. that we would have control over that.
Yes.
But we're not connecting ourselves to a growth initiative over here or a growth initiative in the El Dorado Valley, that we have control from the water filtration plant, our water treatment plant, to the Henderson.
That's correct. That line would be turned over and given to the city of Boulder City. It
So-
would be yours to control, yours to deny anybody being able to connect to. And as I mentioned, we would size it such that it doesn't allow for growth.
Okay.
There's a certain capacity that these sewer mains are allowed to take, and you can't exceed that. So anywhere, even within the valley, if a sewer main's at capacity and somebody right there next to it wants to connect, they can't. They have to extend a new main. So I know with respect to El Dorado Valley, City of Henderson is requiring all brand new infrastructure brought in to serve them. They're not in any way even considering or can't even look at this line. So in this option, we would absolutely turn it over to the full control of the City of Boulder City. You guys, you manage your destiny with it.
Okay. I think that's really important, and I think the cost issue is what percentage of the total cost of this would be picked up by SNWA.
Right.
You know, and does that include supporting the upgrades necessary for our current water treatment facility in order to take advantage of that?
Yes. And as I said before, we hadn't looked at the reuse option within City of Boulder City, so we still need to do that. So I don't even have information to begin to explain what would be necessary. On the return option, we spec'd out you would need basically a pump station, a clear well, and pipeline. We did also look at the opportunity. We looked in all directions. Could you yourselves take it through Boulder City all the way to Lake Mead and get permission to be able to do return flow credits that way? The length was so far and the amount of money was so much that this was just a faster, straighter option. And we made sure that if we did do that, that we put some money. Now, we do have money within the MCCP under our resources and conservation area that we could pull into this. We did take this particular project out at the request of the council, but we're here today telling you we're willing to put money to this because it is to benefit the lake.
Yeah, thank you. I just, if you can't tell my passion on this, it's just we've been talking about this for 3 years, and I'm concerned because we use fear, this idea of what it could possibly cause, as an opportunity to keep us from doing anything, and that's tragic.
I understand.
That is tragic. So. I do support the pipeline.
The wastewater return?
The wastewater return pipeline. And it seemed like it was something that that we can control. You know, and I think that should eliminate fear from people that somehow this is going to create unbridled growth, which it would not. So thank you. I appreciate your presentation. I don't think it's scary enough, though.
I know. I'm not Colby.
I know. She
Colby
does
is really good at fearing everyone, yes.
She does a good scary one.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Jorgensen?
Thank you. I agree with the mayor in that I would love to see a little bit more information on both of them.
Yes.
I would like a couple more pieces of detail, and I don't know if this is possible for you. I heard somewhere in there that reuse would cause us to use 15% more water than we usually do for the desalination of the golf course. So I guess what I'd like to see in there is water use from both, right? So if we're using 15% more water, that doesn't make sense to me to reuse. So I'd like to see how those numbers crunch out as far as that goes. I would also like to see the timeline, because I do feel like we are in a time crunch of some sort, seeing as the lake continues to drop in levels. So I would like to see what's the timeline for getting this one up and running versus the timeline for that. I also would like to see, we talked about return flow credits. I do know that, that's something that Henderson currently gets is return flow credits. Would they be getting our return flow credits because they were processing it, or would that come back to us?
The return flow credits basically, if you look at across the entire Southern Nevada Water Authority system as an example, last year SNWA delivered 560,000 acre feet of water to all of Southern Nevada. Now, obviously, our allotment is under 300,000 right now. We're sitting at about 279 at the moment, and we're pretty soon going to go to 270, if not worse. So the difference, where we're able to deliver more, is because we're returning that difference. So the return flow credits are not based on an agency or based on a purveyor member. It is to the authority to be able to say every gallon returned, we can take another gallon out. So it's that mass balance from what the authority pulls out and is able to deliver to the purveyor members upon demand. So every gallon returned, then we get to take another gallon out for Southern Nevada.
Okay. Great. The other thing that I wanted to ask is, you said there might be some unforeseen cost for us going into Henderson, and then there are foreseen costs for us doing the reuse. I mean, including employing someone full-time to be out there to take care of the treatment facility. So would it be possible to look at all those uses and understand what the unforeseen cost would be?
Yeah, the only unforeseen cost that we were mentioning is obviously you would be given some sort of a fee. What that is, I don't know. We'd have to have that conversation with City of Henderson, but to be able for them to then treat, just like any other sewer customer that they have, they receive and they charge them a fee. So there would be some fee that would be associated with them taking your wastewater and treating it. But we will have that conversation. Part of this next step will be all of these things answered, even getting into actual golf course users, their experience. We have many years of experience with a lot of these users that have used reclaimed water, so they can speak to it very intelligently. And we've also got resources within the Golf Course Association, Superintendents Association, all the data that you guys might need. And then we can actually speak to the people who operate the golf courses, make sure that they understand what that means and what would that mean to them, because we don't know what the cost impacts would be to them. So we want to be able to get all of those things filtered out as a full proposal. So all of these on that next step is what we would come back with.
Fantastic. I just want to say that I read an article in a national paper about water levels, and they talked about how Southern Nevada Water Authority is leading the way for recapturing on the whole pack that we have going there, and I want to applaud you in that for looking forward. I myself would love to see us partner together to find a solution to no longer put this out into the desert. For me, quicker is better, maybe, sure. But also want to look at the cost involved. So thank you very much for the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would like to clarify something. When we talk about this 15% more usage, that's not 15% above what we're currently using, because we're going to reuse a significant amount of that. So this process doesn't require 115% of the water we're currently using. It's just that a 15% would have to be fresh water, whether it's raw or potable. Right. So we're not talking about increasing by 15%.
It could be both ways, yes.
We're actually cutting our use by a significant amount by reusing that water. But yes, we may need to add some water. So it's not a 1 gallon for 1 gallon.
Right, it's not a 1-to-1. You might get, for every gallon, you're going to get about 85% reuse is essentially how it is. But it is important to note, and just for total transparency's sake, that the golf course communities that have historically been on the recycled water system have requested potable water in extreming amounts because they needed to dilute the salinity. So it is something that is a very delicate balancing act for the actual golf course maintenance people. They have to become kind of soil scientists and water quality experts at the same time. So it depends on precipitation, heat, the amount of turf that's out there and what kind of turf. There's a lot of factors that go into it. And so it is not an exact science, but those who do run golf courses and are very good at it are excellent about this. And so that's where that next communication, I would really like to put your experts with the end users and talk about what have been their experiences, because we don't want anybody going into this blind. Like I said, both options are technically feasible. We will gladly support either one of them. It's ultimately the city's decision. We just want you to have all the information in front of you to make the best decision.
Thank you. And again, getting back to that salinity issue, some of the reading that I've done on this, that's an energy intensive process to desalinize the water. But as most of the literature points out, if you pair that up with solar energy, then that cost comes down significantly. We have a lot of experience with solar energy here in Boulder City. So that, again, is another factor that wherever this might be done, whether it's at the current wastewater facility or at a golf course, wherever the reverse osmosis process may occur, if it's paired up with solar energy, that then brings that cost way down from what previous projects have been costing. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that came out to me in several of the articles that I came across.
No, I'm not particularly intimately aware of any of that, but believe me, as we start to explore these two options, we will dive into everything, not just the capital cost, but operating costs associated with it.
And I would like to point out as well that whatever does happen, whether the water is pumped back into Henderson, that's not just, oh, well, you put a pipe at the bottom of the hill and send it towards Railroad Pass. That's a significant process to be able to generate the pump pressure on that, and you probably are going to need more than one pump. Just for our community, from the Hemingway Valley, I believe we have 4 lift stations to get the wastewater from down there up to where it can flow down to our existing wastewater plant. So we're talking more than just a pipeline that would be constructed. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I mean, depending on obviously the total change in elevation and how much we can actually lift with a single pump station, we definitely consider all of that. And that was already included in the initial, just as I said, very preliminary back of the napkin kind of estimate. But again, that would be part of, we would have to get to kind of almost like a 30% design, if you will, a real strong conceptual with a very clear direction of what would be those next steps, be able to make a decision. But if it takes 2 pump stations or 3 pump stations necessary, we're doing it right now in the Garnet Valley. We're doing this to return the wastewater from Apex area back into the valley because we don't want to see it get wasted. And so we're kind of already doing that. And we'll do it again here if we have to.
All right. Well, I would much prefer us to see us reuse the water, and at least from everything that we had heard previously, and I certainly agree that, yeah, this has been 3 years of this seeming to go nowhere. We need to go somewhere, and especially as I referred to earlier, these rescue plan dollars, we do not need to waste that money. We need to put that money where it's going to do us the most good, and this project seems to have quite a bit to do with how that money is going to be spent.
Sure.
Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. Obviously, the work that Southern Nevada Water Authority does is probably among the most important in the valley right now. It really is. It is an honor to serve on that board right now, and I do hope that we can find a good solution for Boulder City's wastewater, because it is, as everybody here has stated, it is not appropriate. It is as far as inappropriate as you can go during this time. I'm glad to hear that more information will be presented to us, because I think that obviously is going to be key. I think some of the information that would be helpful to me is knowing, how much water do we anticipate to use, in these, in the irrigated parks, golf courses, and, with the note that, we may not be able to reuse all of our treated effluent. I'd be interested to know how much would we anticipate per year not being able to reuse. Would there be other potential uses for that, or and what over time is that going to look like? the other question I had, so we've been talking about pump storage, right? Pump storage, it's a net consumer of energy, correct? It's not like an energy neutral, as far as the hydropower, by getting that water back in, is that a 1-to-1, or is in the end, is it more of is it a consumer of energy?
In terms of being able to pump, say, for example, return the wastewater to get it back, that we'd have to look at, because I don't have that off the top of my head. But it's actually a very good question, and definitely one that we should explore, because you want to be able to say at the end of the day, you've made a decision, and these are the reasons why and the benefits to this community.
Right,
So,
because if we're using more, depending on how much energy it would take, and how much energy that ends up hopefully allowing us for hydropower, we want to make sure, we need to know, is it better to keep that water in the lake in the first place, or is it better to get it back over the hill? These are some of the things we need to figure out so that we know that we are making the smartest and best decision for our community. You talked a little bit about return flow credits, and that it's returned back to the water authority as a whole, and then that additional how it is allocated, then I guess is based on demand, or
we have a responsibility to supply as you guys have a need. So if you put in your orders for water, we have to be able to return that. It's only if we get to a point where our consumptive use exceeds our allotment or our allowable usage, that's when we're in trouble. We always want to drive down that consumptive use. So for everything we return, we're able to just keep supplying as you demand it. So it's just a big balance, but we benefit as a community, as all of Southern Nevada, for those return flow credits. And that's why we're pushing it in all areas. And I want to be very clear, that is not the authority telling you today you need to do the wastewater return system. We want to be able to say every gallon pulled out of the lake is actually put to a beneficial use and not wasted. If we return it through the wastewater system or we reuse it, it's a benefit.
Right, and that just, to me, because obviously Boulder City's water use demands have stayed relatively consistent over the course, but as the rest of the valley grows and they continue to make the same conservation, incredible conservation efforts themselves, so their overall water use per capita is decreasing, but of course the valley does continue to grow at the same time. So demand, there is always potential for demand to increase, and if our demand stays consistent while demand increases over the hill, and then it would seem that those return flow credits would likely then be used to meet those demands as our demands meet consistent. So those are other things to consider. And as we've seen, Colorado inflows as low as 3 to 5 million, over the last few years. That comes down, our allocation of water is only as good as far as that water is there. So at the end of the day, it's important that, we really have to make that determination for Boulder City. Is it better to make sure that water is there in Lake Mead for us to use when needed? Or is it going to be more beneficial for us as a community to get that water? And again, that's all going to go back to how much of that effluent can we reuse? Will we be able to reuse all of it over the course of the year as it dries out more and more each year? Are those water demands going to be there where it would be able to be reused? These are all things that, they're projections and all sorts of things, but
it's a valid question.
Yeah, so all of those sorts of things are part of the information that I would like to see coming back for us to help us make that decision, because either way, something has to be done. I am not opposed to sending the water back over there to Henderson. We have good relationships with the city of Henderson. At the same time, councils change. That means policies can change, direction can change, and that doesn't always align with what we had planned before, and so this is politics. This is how things work. So, which
is why Southern Nevada Water Authority will be in the middle of
exactly, and we appreciate that, yes. and I think that's what is most important, is making assuring that this is of the greatest benefit, not just for our community, for all of Southern Nevada as a whole. But as everybody, knows, Boulder City is unique, and we need to make sure that we can, stand on our own as well. So, absolutely. So, I do appreciate all the work and coming here with the information, and can't wait to see what's brought back next.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Again, appreciate this overview very much. It looks like we're finally moving. Councilmember Bridges had mentioned it's been 3 years. I know you all have been busy. We've had a little thing called the pandemic over these last couple of years. But yes, we've got these rescue plan dollars. We've got millions of dollars that we're planning to use, that we must use. This is the time. This is the time to strike, and the iron is hot right now. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with the Water Authority.
Thank you very much. So Mayor and Council, with your permission, I'd like to begin just discussions with your key staff within the organization so we can start laying out both of those options and come back at a future date with some additional information for you.
Certainly support that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, item number 12, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, our interim Public Works Director, Jim Keene, will be introducing GCW, who will be giving a presentation. So, Jim?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Jim Keene, your city engineer. We have GCW engineers and surveyors here tonight to give us a presentation on our Nevada Way reconstruction project. This is from Wyoming through downtown around Park Street. And with that, I'd like to introduce Bob Mernan and Joe Yatson from GCW to give a presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Bob Mernan, GCW, 1550. Bob Mernan, GCW, 1555 South Rainbow Boulevard, Las Vegas. We're pleased to be here tonight to present to you the status of the Nevada Way project. We're fairly preliminary in the design. We wanted to get this in front of you to get your feedback and insights and input. With me is Joe Yatson. Joe's our project manager on the job, and he will be glad to present it to you, and both of us will answer your questions.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Joe Yatson with GCW to present the Nevada Way, Wyoming Street to Park Street pavement rehabilitation project. Projects on Nevada Way in the historic Boulder City district. These next 3 slides are going to be blow-ups of the project location. Slide 3 here is by Wyoming. The second one will be towards Arizona, and the last one is on the east end by Colorado Street. Things we're going to talk about tonight are potential for the bistro lighting along the corridor. We have to put in backflow prevention devices on all the water meters. There's a bunch of them that don't have them. So we have to talk about locations of that. We're talking about putting in some electric vehicle parking spots along the angled parking here. And then maintaining pretty much all the other spaces with the ADA parking. There's some sidewalk and curb and gutter improvements we're looking at doing. And we're looking at upgrading the crosswalks, potentially put in some lighted crosswalks, and then doing the ADA ramp upgrades at the crosswalks, and maybe putting in more directional ramps at all of those locations. So this is the area along Arizona Street and down here by Colorado. And we could go back to these when we start talking about the individual items, if you like. The other improvements we're looking to make is to complete the sidewalk around the Wilbur Square Bicentennial Park. We were looking at putting in 5-foot sidewalk to complete what we have out there, but with some of the recent changes to the water rules, I think we're looking at potentially having to have 10 feet of area away from the street that doesn't have turf on there. So we could either do a 10-foot sidewalk or a 5-foot sidewalk with some landscape rock or chat separating between the sidewalk and then the landscaping or the grass. The main reason for this project is to do road resurfacing along Nevada Way. You could see in the picture we have some alligator cracking of the pavement. So we're looking to actually remove the full pavement width, the depth of the asphalt, We are having a geotech look at it and see if we have to do any subsurface repairs on it too. As far as the pavement markings, we're looking at keeping all of the parking spaces except for 4 additional electric vehicle charging spots. If we just go back and just show you where we were looking at putting those. So we would have 2 down here by Colorado Street on the end, and then the other 2 would be by the water and power station there by Wyoming. And then, we were discussing, the idea of what the electrical vehicle stations would look like. I know we're looking at trying to do Art Deco infrastructure in this area, but we haven't been able to find any charging stations that have that look to it. We're still looking. As it just representative of what charging stations look like. The crosswalks, we're looking at doing concrete pavers for them, and then having in-ground lighting at them to provide a little more pedestrian safety. I know we just heard the news today. There's 4 pedestrian accidents, 3 pedestrians were killed in the valley. So part of those enhancements would be replacing some of the bollards at those crosswalk locations. Couple examples here, one that's a little more Art Deco, and then maybe a lighted one to help identify the crosswalks too. The backflow prevention devices. So those are those rocks that you have out there on some of them. The detail on the right is just a standard box. Some of these locations are where a lot of the properties have seating and stuff for their restaurants. So we're gonna have to try and find places where we kind of tuck them out of the way a little bit as we put these in. The bistro lighting, that's just a general discussion on it, and I don't know if we would do this with this project, but maybe we put in some of the infrastructure for it in a future date. Another item that we're looking to do is put in some bike racks and some of the knockout areas. Just an example of what we could put in there. We did have a public meeting for the property owners on May 18th. There's probably roughly around 20 interested parties there. Some of the items of concern that came up were the trucks that are parking in those spots and sticking out into the throughway. We looked at that. They stick out about 1 foot. The through lanes are 12 feet width. It still works. I think it helps keep people driving a little slower through there, which is probably a benefit. Another issue is access during construction. So we've talked about actually for construction doing half of the street at a time. So there's at least make it one way during construction. So there's half the parking spots available, and then using the streets behind Nevada Way for the other routing of the traffic. There were questions about the electric vehicle charging spots, if it's too many or there's too few of them. I think we were just looking at starting with 4 and see how that goes. And then as far as the sidewalk around the park, there were concerns about how the car show and how to get the vehicles onto the park. So we'll put in some driveway access as part of the project so they can still get on there. And overall, the property owners were very supportive of getting the project done. We're estimating about $2.5 million for the project. And I have on here construction start October. We got to get moving if we're going to do that. And we think about 120 days for construction duration. And thank you. If you have any questions or comments.
Thank you. A couple of concerns I have is, we've already discussed those bistro lighting, and I was surprised to see that was being represented on Nevada Way. I don't know if can't tell on Colorado Street. But within our capital improvement project, that had been determined that it would not be in those areas. Also looking for feedback from our Historic Preservation Committee on whether it's appropriate at all to have that, especially on Nevada Way where we have the verandas that come out almost to the street as it is now. So that's one issue. The construction of that sidewalk only on that one portion of the park, is there a particular reason for that?
Well, there's only partial sidewalk at the park right now. So this would just
I don't think there's any perimeter sidewalk at all right now at the park.
There is right on
up in the northwest corner or southwest corner.
Yeah, you could. So on the west side there, just on the west side, and then around to Colorado Street, there's a little portion of sidewalk there.
So this project would complete it all the way around?
Around the entire park?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And once again, I would want to see our preservation committee provide some input on that. Again, that most people in Boulder City refer to that as government park because it was like one of the first things built here in Boulder City. So those are two major concerns I have. With the charging stations, we're going to see a lot more electric vehicles. So is 4 enough, but also then does that prohibit other vehicles from parking in those spaces? That is going to be a concern. We constantly hear the fact that we do not have enough parking. Our uptown area wasn't designed, it was designed in the 1930s. That wasn't the idea that everybody had a car at that time. So that's always an issue. Losing any parking spaces is always a concern. So I would want to be, very conscious of that. But also the historic nature of our uptown area. Once you start changing things, they don't go back. And that's a very big concern of any of these projects, is how's it going to look when it's completed. Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that first came to me was we recently had a discussion about signage and marking for the same area. And I know part of the discussion that we had was, we are starting to see kind of a cluttering on our sidewalks. They're getting very congested. And so that is one of my first concerns when I start, to see all this, with the bistro lighting and, of course, the backflow and all these things that are, well, the bistro lighting's not needed. I know that the backflow is something that is, but making sure that we are being very thoughtful about how we move forward, making sure that, everything kind of flows together, that there's a consistency in design. To that end, I know with the bollards, that are being considered. The old ones that, they have a very distinct design, wrapped around them. I think that is an aesthetic desire that I think we should continue to have. I do also think that the trash receptacles, or what the trash goes into, have a similar shape to them. So again, there's a consistency in design throughout there. Now, whether if overall that's going to change, I think, that's fine. But I think, what's presented right here is the example 1 and example 2, I think are, in my mind, they're a little bland, I think compared to what we do already have. But I do think that if we are going to change, I think we should look at any other elements of our city sidewalks that use that same shape or design. We should also want to match that. So again, there's consistency in thought, that it's not just throwing everything at our sidewalks, which is what it kind of feels like we are or have been doing. With regards to the electric vehicle parking, I know you had mentioned in front of the DWP building. I think a lot of the people who do use the DWP for emergency aid and other things, they are not driving electric vehicles. So perhaps being moved further down towards the other end of the park there, still in that downtown area. These are just things to consider on where the best placement is, especially if only electric vehicles can park there. We just want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the community. Because as the mayor said, parking is always the issue that gets brought up, which, comes to mind also when we talk about ADA parking. Only 4 spots there out of the nearly 80 spots or so. That's a very small percentage, and we have an aging community, and we have a lot of people with needs that need to be met, and they need to have just as much access to our downtown area as the rest of the community. So, if there is anywhere in which I know one ADA spot probably takes up about 2 or so, but I think it's something that we should be looking at because there is other parking available around the downtown area. It's not right there in front of the shops, but we need to meet the needs of our community as a whole. And the only other thing I would say is, I guess I've got 2 more things. I really don't like the fake rock look of these things. I think it's tacky. I think something simple, even something maybe you can have art on it. I think that's even better. But I just think plastic rock looks. That's just my own personal preference. And finally, with regards to the sidewalk around the park, yes, I think it's important when we talk about our historic areas, especially something like the park. We should have input from our historic preservation committee, but also at the same time, we are in need of removing turf, as was mentioned. I think being consistent with the existing sidewalk, if we are going to go that direction with that 5 foot, I think that would be better than having the 10-foot sidewalk, and I think we could find other means of meeting that. If there does have to be additional turf removed from that park at that time, we can look at those designs, and I think our city would be. We have people in there that can help with that as well. So, anyways, otherwise, I appreciate the work that's being done. The biggest take home for me is less clutter is better. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Bridges?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it. And I'm going to cover one thing at a time, but I'm going to start with something that's of utmost importance to me. I have a friend in Boulder City who's blind, and she has taught me a tremendous amount about the spirit, not necessarily the law, of the ADA. Okay, and I think it's important that in your entire design concept that somebody walk around the business area of Boulder City and blindfold themselves and see what you bump into. The corners get cluttered, between signs and light poles and we're like Councilman Adams was saying, we're talking about the signs and it's important that there be access at street corners. Secondly, I have this thing about truncated domes. And I don't know if that's what you were talking about when you said directional ramps. Is it?
The directional ramps would be just you direct the individual straight across where the crosswalk is.
Yes.
The truncated domes are the yellow.
Yeah, right. But if you look right now at the corner of Nevada Way in Wyoming, the truncated dots, the directional ramps will take a blind person diagonally across traffic.
Right. So the directional ramps make sure that they go straight across.
Right. So that's really, really important because it was built, these were put together by people who were thinking wheelchairs. And they weren't thinking about where a guide dog was going to take their person. I also, in the process of changing the light fixtures, I'm not talking about the bistro lighting, but I'm talking about the light fixtures, that we would use, if we're going to be doing that, are we going to be mindful of the direction we're going in terms of the Dark Skies Initiative? That we won't just be replacing those lamps with current, what we've changed the lights to, but to move in the direction of controlling the lumens and the color. That's real important. The pavers at the intersections, would those be pavers or stamped? Are those actual?
They could be either. We haven't decided.
Okay. And because I know that's real important to keep the consistent look of the downtown area. I also am not a fan of plastic rocks. However, having lived almost 10 years across from Wilbur Park, I see the advantage of the sidewalk. Because if somebody is walking, they have two choices. If they're walking all the way around Wilbur Park towards the Reclamation Building, there is no sidewalk there to walk on. You have to walk on the grass or you have to walk on the street. So the Arizona side of that park, you can walk on the sidewalk on the Bicentennial Park side.
Yes.
But if you go around north of that, you can't. There is no sidewalk there. So I support that idea. I'd like to see a parking lot with charging stations, something to get the so that it's not taking up places. The emergency aid is open most mornings from 9 to 12, and the clients use that parking right in front of the LA Power and Water Building. And they sometimes even park as far down as Frank Crow Park. So that is definitely something to take into consideration. And that's it. Just be careful of all the obstacles at the intersections, and remember, sometimes people can't see what it is that we're putting up there. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jorgensen?
Thank you. So most of what I was thinking has been covered, from less clutter probably and a more conformed look down there so that it looks consistent. Also, I have the same friend who is blind, and it is a concern for her, and it is hard for her, and she loves to be very independent, and she should be. So pavers, over-stamped. But also, when I look at the LA Water and Power, I think that is part of our historic district, and the charging stations don't, to me, seem like that's going to fit right there. I do believe there is a possibility to put it in a parking lot close by. We do have some at the city, and then have signage that states that is over there for them for that availability. I do too have a little bit of a concern with such limited parking there, and when we start, I'm not saying that it doesn't need to be done. I've ridden my bike on the Alligator Road. It's not comfortable. So it does need to be done. The concern would be that those businesses don't lose business because of that. So I'd like us to be really mindful about how we do it because of the limited parking in that area. A lot of people might just go, oh, it's not worth it. Look what's going on. So making sure that there's plenty of signage to tell them where alternate parking would be during those time periods. So, and, a lot of what they said as far as let's make sure it's not cluttered down there. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of things that have come to my mind with the other discussions. I think Councilmember Jorgensen has an excellent idea. We have the other parking plazas that are within a block or two of Nevada Way. Think about putting charging stations there rather than on Nevada Way. As far as no one at emergency aid having an electric vehicle, I wouldn't ask that question in a few years. I think we're going to see a lot of electric vehicles. But again, what we have in especially the Nevada Way area, that was constructed with a specific type of architecture. I would call it eclectic. It has been changed over the years, but by changing these things, we lose our historic architecture. So by changing what's there, we've talked about the plastic rocks. I don't know anybody who likes a plastic rock. We've talked about the bollards that have the Southwest design. Yeah, I remember when those went in and everybody said, what the heck is that? So I think you've come up with some good ideas. You're constrained on what you have there because it was built in the 1930s. One other issue that has been a real issue for a lot of folks is the last time this was done, the approach of Arizona Street to Nevada Way. Is there a plan to redo that intersection there?
So I don't know if Jim wants to talk about it, but there was another firm that was hired to look at different options of realigning Arizona and Nevada Way.
Well, it seems like the problem is that little island right there. It forces people coming east on Arizona to come to that intersection at an angle that makes it very difficult to look to your right and see vehicles coming from that direction. If you happen to be going right, there's a separate lane that would take you that way and give you good visibility to the left. But the problem is the way you approach that intersection makes it very difficult to see to the right.
Mayor McManus, we will be looking at the concepts that have already been drawn up on that. I'm sorry. We'll be looking at the concepts that have already been drawn up on that and seeing if we can refine those and improve that intersection with this project.
Okay. And lastly, I would say, it was the other part or the further end of Nevada Way going down towards 5th Street. When that was done, it's been several years ago, the idea was same thing, that businesses would be able to remain open and all that. It wasn't 120 days. It almost put a couple of them out of business. So they are highly dependent on having people drive right up to their business, get out and have lunch or dinner or whatever. This is going to hurt them no matter what.
Yes, the 120 days is really an aggressive schedule.
I would say that's very aggressive, yes.
For having to do it half at a time, but we're doing this with the understanding that we can't have the properties impacted for a long duration. So the construction costs may go up, but I think we should really look at trying to hold a little firm on the time frames that we have here.
I'm sure they would appreciate that because, again, they're highly dependent on that. If I can't drive and park right in front of the business I want to go have lunch at, I'm going to find another spot. So I'm sure they would appreciate that. And Mr. Keene, did you have something you wanted to mention about the Arizona intersection?
Yeah, on that intersection, a lot of the layouts, or the 3 or 4 layouts that we have received that these guys are going to be checking out for us even more, it did unfortunately eliminate parking to get the visibility. So it took out quite a few parking spaces. Turned them from diagonal to parallel, so you lose about 3 or 4 spaces per, Another thing on the 120-day contract, like Joe said, that is pretty aggressive, but also on the other end of Nevada Way, we redid all the water and sewer as part of that. We're not doing that on this project, so that will help reduce the amount of construction we're actually doing. So,
well, and I appreciate your optimism that when you start pulling that street up, you're not going to find a problem.
Sure. Oh, yeah, sure. So.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Again, the street certainly is in need of some work, but let's make sure the project doesn't put anybody out of business and we end up with a good product. Okay. Appreciate your input on it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That brings us to item 13. Mr. City Manager, did you want to introduce that?
Sure. We have guests here from the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home here to share information about the Heroes for Heroes volunteer initiative. We have Ellie Quinones, administrator, and Amanda Carher, program coordinator and veteran.
Ellie Quinones, I'm the administrator of the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home. And as you know, we've been dealing with this thing called COVID. COVID has not only brought illnesses and death to our community, veterans community, but also isolation isolation has been a huge challenge for the population, veterans population, not only in our home, but in Boulder City and the state and the country. And so we have adopted a program called Heroes for Heroes, where we're trying to pair heroes with heroes. So we adopted this program. We didn't start the program, but we sort of inherited the program. And we have been promoting it very aggressively throughout our community and throughout the Henderson community. And Amanda Kerr, which is our volunteer coordinator, it's going to give you an outline of what this is all about, but it's really, really important to us that the community understands this program, because it's really helping a great deal many of our citizens and veterans in our community.
Thank you for having me here today and for your valuable time. So the Heroes for Heroes is an opportunity to connect with a veteran in the community who may feel isolated or is interested in making a friend. The Heroes for Heroes program was created to help solve social isolation to senior citizens throughout the entire state of Nevada. It began as a collaboration between NEST, which is the Nevada Insurers Support Together, and UNR Social Services Masters Program. Soon after the launch in 2021, they reached out to the Nevada Veterans Service Department and asked if we would join with them to help reach our veteran population. In January of this year, we were asked to take control of the program without the assistance of UNR and the NEST collaboration, which we accepted. And now we help serve Nevada veterans that are homebound and living in the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home. My co-manager and I have spent the last 4 months revamping the volunteer training to focus more on veteran culture and move away from the focus that was strictly virtual contact, giving volunteers multiple ways to connect with their veterans and build a meaningful relationship through phone calls, video chats, letter writing, and in-person communication. We ask each volunteer to commit 1 year to the program, take 1 to 2 veterans on, and make contact at least twice a week. This program helps meet the needs of those individuals that want to volunteer their time, but they're too busy to give up in-person volunteer hours during the week or on the weekends. A new piece of the program we're adding is called our Heroes Helping Heroes. With this initiative, we are hoping to partner with our first responders and military organizations throughout Nevada. We think the special bond between the two groups, due to both giving parts of their lives dedicated to service, will make it a more meaningful relationship. We have already begun our outreach for this program with presenting to the Washoe County Sheriff's Department in May, resulting with 2 officers onboarding that month, and we're currently onboarding 3 more officers from the Washoe County Sheriff's Department. I've reached out to the Nellis Air Force Sergeants Association, which I'm going to present to them next week, hopefully to onboard more of our active duty military community. And next, I'd like to reach out to the Boulder City first responders, then move out to Henderson and Las Vegas. We have tried to make the process of becoming a volunteer simple. I know everyone's really busy. We do an application, a background check, a mandatory training that can be either done by Zoom, or we can send an email out where we recorded the training, and it's about an hour, 15 minutes long. And then we'll match the volunteer with a veteran. We're both beginning to reach out into the community and bring awareness to the Heroes for Heroes program, which is why Ellie asked me to present to you tonight. You're all leaders in this community that our Southern Nevada State Veterans Home is a part of, and what better place to start. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Dr. Quinones and Amanda, I know, some of what you've all been through out there over these past 2 years. It's been very difficult. You've done a fantastic job of keeping people safe out there, and yet still keeping people in touch with any family that they do have. I think that, recently the city put up on our website all of these different things that people can volunteer their time for. I'm hoping that that will get some mileage on programs like this. Certainly we have many people who do volunteer their time in Boulder City, and I think the more knowledge we can get out there on a program like this, will be very beneficial for both the residents here, but also the residents of the Veterans Home. Any other questions or comments?
You know, I'm going to say I've only been with the home for 8 months, and I'm amazed at the support that Boulder City gives us. No matter who I call, groups, I don't even have to call anyone. People just reach out to me daily. We have so many residents that come into the home that want to volunteer, give their money, their time. So thank you all so much for constantly letting us come up here.
And again, it's our pleasure, and I know our residents, you know, they care for the veterans and Veterans Home out there. They want to see it be a success. So anytime you would like to, feel free to come and talk with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe we'll be seeing you soon, I think, for
Yes.
your, thank you. All right, item number 14, introduction of bill number 1917. Anyone wishing to make an introduction?
Yes, I move to introduce Bill number 1917 by title only. What?
Waive the reading.
With the reading. Waiving the reading. So I haven't done this in a while.
Thank you. Introduction of Bill Number 1917, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City, Nevada, amending the Boulder City Municipal Code, Title 9, Public Ways and Property, Chapter 8, Water Utility Regulations, and Chapter 14, Boulder City Water Conservation Plan, and Title 5, Building Regulations, Chapter 6, Swimming Pool Code, to modify and establish additional rules and regulations regarding water conservation. And Bill number 1917 will be considered at the August 23rd, 2022 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Item number 15, matters pertaining to Community Development Block Grant Program. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Michael Mays, our Community Development Director, will be handling this item with the public hearing and consideration of the resolutions.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Boulder City has an interlocal agreement with Clark County. And that agreement stipulates that of the community development block grant funds that the county receives, 3% of those funds come to Boulder City. Of that 3%, 85% has to be used for capital projects. And so over the years, we've come back to the council to update 5-year capital improvement plans. And so you have 2 resolutions before you tonight, 7494 and 7495, which modifies those 2 5-year capital plans. The main impetus for the shifting of community development block grant dollars for your consideration tonight is the fact that St. Jude's, which we had almost $800,000 budgeted for their healing center, has let the city know that they no longer need those funds. They're looking to other funding sources to complete that project. And so you will see in the revised budgets for those 2 5-year plans, the dollars are being redirected toward the Lend-A-Hand project and the senior center improvements. And I can answer any questions, and as City Manager indicated, it does require a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. And again, as you just mentioned, it is requires a public hearing. So questions at this time should be regarding specifics. Questions or comments beyond the specifics we can address after the public hearing. Any specific questions for Mr. Mays at this time? All right, I will open the public hearing then. Anyone present in chambers who would like to speak regarding these resolutions? All right, we will take any phone calls. Anyone wishing to speak on these items? The phone number 702-589-9629. This is a public hearing on matters pertaining to the Community Development Block Grant Program for deleting a project and amending the capital improvement plan for the CDBG funds. Anyone wishing to call, the phone number is 702-589-9629. Madam City Clerk, were there any emails received regarding these matters?
No comments were received.
Thank you. All right, hearing no one for the public hearing, we will close the public hearing. And we can now move any questions or comments regarding these items. Anyone wishing to make a motion on Resolution 7494?
I would like to make a motion to accept Resolution number 7494.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That's unanimous. Now Resolution 7494.
I'd like to move to pass Resolution 7495.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That's also unanimously approved. Brings us to item 16, Resolution 7496. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, so our Utilities Director, Joe Stubitz, will be handling this item, but I do want to say this is a small piece towards a greater whole of what we're trying to accomplish here with water conservation. It's very exciting. This is one small step that we're taking tonight. Next meeting, I'll be providing an informational presentation on all of the pieces to achieve that goal of being the example, setting the example as the city in water conservation here in Boulder City. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Joe.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This item number 16, is a potential interlocal agreement with the City of Boulder City and the Southern Nevada Water Authority for the conversion of approximately 721,000 square feet of irrigated turf. This turf has been identified in the municipal golf courses outside of the general play area, and the Utilities Department is committed to furthering the water conservation efforts to reduce our per capita consumption, to ensure both the water supply and the energy supply of Lake Mead is kept as full as it can be for our residents. So we've estimated with the designer Mark Rathert, who designed Boulder Creek Golf Course, that this would estimate a reduction of approximately 96 acre-feet of water per year. So, with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions that anyone has.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
No questions. I just want to thank Mr. Stubitz here and staff for all the hard work that they've put into this. As has been said, this is just one small step, one piece of a very large puzzle. These things do take time. I understand that there is a desire for us to get moving, and I think everybody here has that same desire. But we are working with Southern Nevada Water Authority to make sure that the efforts that we make are valuable ones. And so those things do take time, but I'm happy to see that we are moving forward with this. And I can tell you Southern Nevada Water Authority is too.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Jorgensen?
I know that we're required to get into 4 acre feet. Is that what it is with our golf courses?
That's correct. So the Southern Nevada Water Authority passed a new water budget for all golf courses getting water from the Colorado River. Currently, the water budget is 6.3 acre feet per irrigated acre. That has been reduced to 4.0, so basically reducing about by a third. So this will further help get the municipal golf course to that goal of that water budget.
So this that we see before us will get us to the 4?
This alone, we don't believe will do it. The irrigation system is in need of redesign. It's a system that's antiquated and not efficient. So this is one step towards getting the golf course towards that goal.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yay. Thank you. Yay. And anything that moves us in the direction of the reduction of our water, especially the non-functional turf, is awesome. And eventually a sprinkler system or an irrigation system that would allow just micro irrigation, right? Instead of, large pieces all having to go on at the same time. Is that?
That would be the goal, yes, because right now the system, if you need to water one area, several heads need to be on at the same time, so this would be more functionality and less water would be used in the future beyond this.
I'm curious, is there a plan? Is there, on paper, even in pencil, an attempt to get us down to that 4? In terms of the irrigation system, what needs to be replaced, how it's going to be done. I mean, assuming we don't do, nothing else happens, if it's just a matter of the system or removing more turf, is there a plan to get us down there?
So this would be kind of phase 1. The next phase that could get us to that reduction amount, and there's potentially additional 10 acres, including the practice range in holes 1 through 5, that we could further reduce turf that could get us to that amount.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Adams?
Just to clarify, though, it's when we're talking about the 4 acre feet we're talking about irrigated acres. So even if we got rid of everything but 1 acre of grass, we would have to get that amount down to that 4 acre feet of water value, correct?
Correct. So SNWA, they count your irrigated acreage in the beginning, and then as you remove the turf, they don't reduce it. So your total acreage stays the same for your water budget.
And it includes the water features as part of that?
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate getting this started. I certainly see areas, if we look at, I believe it's page 387 of our packet, has a diagram of the municipal course and the areas of turf that are going to be removed. I certainly see areas there that, looks like more turf could be removed. I'm almost certain that within the rescue plan dollars that we've received that are dedicated or the guidelines state are to be used for water projects, we had designated a significant amount of money for irrigation work at the municipal course. It seems that we're not doing this in a cohesive way. If this turf is going to be removed, what is diagrammed here, that obviously is going to cause or have a need for changes in the irrigation system. And then if we say, well, we're going to do some more turf removal later on or identify other areas, and then we have something running where we're trying to design this reworking of the irrigation system using the rescue plan dollars. I don't know when it comes together. I appreciate Mr. Tedder's comment that some additional information will be presented. Again, I know that you're still relatively new. I don't think you've hit your 1-year mark yet with the city, but with the money, with the work that needs to be done for design and getting things actually started, it seems that we need to come up with a plan that says, okay, here's what we're going to do. Now plan the irrigation, now do the turf removal, now do this, all at the time
rather than saying, well, we're going to take some out, but then we'll come back later and we'll take some more out. But what does that do for the plans for the irrigation system? When does that get worked into the funding of that irrigation system? We've been talking about this for well over a year. The legislature had passed that law well over a year ago. We knew that changes were coming. I look forward to hearing this comprehensive plan and seeing where we're going to go. We're talking close to 750,000 square feet of grass that are being removed in this. That's a significant amount. I believe you mentioned that was 96 acre feet?
Yes, 96 acre feet per year.
Okay, in reduction. Do you know what the usage right now is? You said that...
So if, like, we have monthly usage in millions of gallons, and I can kind of get you in potable amount. I don't have it for the year, so I know we've had a wet last couple of months.
Hopefully somebody remembered to shut the timers on.
So for the city golf course, for the month of July, on the meter was 52,752 million gallons.
Okay. And the number that I'm looking for here, when we say 96 acre feet, that's a significant amount. But what percentage reduction of water usage at the course is that amount?
So I'd have to come back and get those.
We'd have to get a spreadsheet out of it.
Yeah, get those figures. But this is just the first step in this plan. So you mentioned this is frees up the funding and gives us some flexibility with the interlocal agreement to kind of plan that into the project. Doesn't pigeonhole us into this being the only one.
I understand.
But yeah, I can come back and get those for you.
Okay. What I'm getting at, and I'm not saying this is any one individual's responsibility, is to get things moving. We've been talking a lot. We've got these different pieces now with the rescue plan dollars. We now know, SNWA has told us, this isn't a goal any longer. You're going to do this. So we have a lot of things coming together right now. And as I had said earlier when we had the presentation from SNWA, this seems to be the time where we have to make some very significant decisions about significant dollar amounts and how that's going to impact the future going forward for a considerable amount of time. Councilmember Jorgensen?
Yes, thank you. My question would be, what came first, the chicken or the egg? So what comes first in this that you're presenting to us, and with the idea of irrigation needing to be revamped? What would need to come first in this process so that we could be most effective and use our dollars and our time the best way? And I know that we also talked about not wanting to shut down the course as a whole, because then the revenues that come in and the people that play there wouldn't completely be shut down. What do you see as that process?
So this is, just kind of for the interlocal agreement. Ideally, it would all be done at the same time, similar to like a water service project with road repavement, that you have the opportunity to do both. So that would be the ideal scenario, is that it would be done simultaneously.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that.
I just wanted to provide some additional clarity on the interlocal agreement. The agreement itself is not binding the city to the specific areas of turf that would be removed. The agreement is just locking in our reimbursement rate, essentially, for that turf. So that's what the agreement accomplishes.
Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, that sort of answers my question. What we're talking about is we would remove it and get reimbursed for the cost, that $1.2 million.
We get reimbursed for the amount of turf and square footage that we remove.
Right. So we're not paying out of our budget or our funds for the removal of this turf or the conversion of this turf to water efficient landscaping, correct?
It would still come out of our budget. We just get a reimbursement.
We get reimbursed for it.
Yeah, that's what this interlocal agreement is for.
Okay.
And under this agreement, we'll be able to be reimbursed up to $1.21 million.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments? Anyone wishing to make a motion on Resolution 7496?
I move for approval of Resolution 7496.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Mr. Stubitz, thank you. A lot of grass out there to pull out. All right, that brings us to item 17, City Council appointments. We have one term on the Historic Preservation Committee that has expired. That position, Madam City Clerk, would you like to explain the openings?
Certainly. We have one position open on historic preservation. That position is currently held by Blair Davenport, and she is interested in reappointment. She also meets the requirements of the standards of interior in a preservation-related field. We do have other applicants that have also asked to be considered. And you can see from there, it doesn't appear that they meet those requirements. And if you decide to go that route, then we would just ask for guidance from the State Historic Preservation Office and ask if an alternate could be appointed.
Thank you. And the CLG that you're referring to, that's certified local government. The Department of Interior standards does specify what those are. Ms. Davenport is an employee of the Park Service, and her position there is with cultural affairs and cultural matters. I will be happy to nominate her for another term. Any other nominations for the Historic Preservation Committee? All right, all those in favor of having Ms. Davenport serve another term, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, so Ms. Davenport is reappointed to the Preservation Committee. And now for the Planning Commission, Madam City Clerk.
For the Planning Commission, we have one member who resigned from the committee, so we have an unexpired term ending January 1st, 2025. And in addition to the applicants that were included in the packet that was published, there's 2 additional volunteers, and those are before you and available to the public.
Thank you. Again, I would like to thank Tom Marvin, who is the Planning Commissioner who has resigned. His experience and expertise on that committee, I think, were extremely helpful. So we do have an opening that would expire in 2025. Is that correct, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I would like to place into nomination Myrene Aschenbach. I think that Myrene has a background in planning and would be a good candidate for this position. Are there other names for nomination for the Planning Commission? Councilmember Jorgensen?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Lorraine Crump.
Thank you. Any other names? Councilmember Adams?
I'd like to nominate Judith Jashane.
Thank you. We will take any other names. All right, we will take these one at a time then. All those in favor of appointing Myrene Aschenbach, please raise your hand. That's one vote. All those in favor of appointing Lorraine Crum, please raise your hand. That's 2. All those in favor of appointing Judith Jashane, and that's 1. So although that does not represent a majority, it does represent the total number of votes.
That's correct.
See, I can do math. All right. That will bring us to Item number 18, City Manager's Report.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight we have the claims paid and financial report for June of 2022. There's nothing of note to report this evening, but I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Tedder regarding the City Manager's Report? All right, thank you, sir. Item 19 is our final public comment period. Anyone wishing to speak during the final public comment may be on any issue. Again, each speaker will have up to 5 minutes, and we do ask that they be civil and concise. Is there anyone present that would like to speak in the final public comment period? All right, we will take any phone calls. The phone number is 702-589-9629. This is our final public comment period for the City Council meeting. This is the final public comment period for the City Council meeting. Anyone wishing to comment may call 702-589-9629. Madam City Clerk, were there any emails received for the final public comment period?
Yes, I have one.
Please proceed.
This comment was submitted by Andre Haynes. Commander Andre Haynes, founder and CEO of the Armed Forces Chamber, proudly presents Armed Forces Chamber Shindigs, sponsored by Patsy Brown, candidate for Clark County Public Administrator. Shindigs include business expos, business mixers, health fairs, military birthday parties, and more. Shindigs occur in Boulder City, Henderson, Las Vegas, Mesquite, and North Las Vegas. Shindigs are held weekly on Wednesdays from 1,500 hours to 1,700 hours. Shindigs are open to the public and free to attend. Partners include Las Vegas, Clark County Library District, Martin Luther King Jr. Senior Center, and Nevada Department of Business and Industry. Supporters include the Asian Bar Association of Las Vegas, the International Chamber of Commerce, Las Vegas WON Rotary Club, Montfort Point Marine Association, Captain Eddie Hicks, Chapter Number 46, Nevada Commission on Minority Affairs, Nevada Women's Business Center, Patsy Brown, candidate for Clark County Public Administrator, and SCE Federal Credit Union. For information, visit armedforceschamber.com. DOT.com. That's armedforceschamber.com. These public comments are approved by Commander Andre Haynes.
Thank you. With that, we will close our final public comment period and move to item 20, council reports. Councilmember Bridges.
Yes, thank you. Just my regular that emergency aid is prepared to assist residents of Boulder City facing an emergency with assistance with rent or utilities, and they also have an ongoing, very well supplied food pantry for those in need. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jorgensen.
Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Adams.
I also have nothing to report.
Thank you. I was at Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority meeting this morning. The news, I would say overall, is positive for Las Vegas. One of the things that was done this morning was to renew a contract with a firm that works with airlines to try and get flights into Las Vegas from different destinations. And they have been fairly successful with that, even with the pandemic. There are currently, last month at Reed International, and you do have to call it Reed International and not McCarran, and he made that mistake, so shame on him this morning. But we're all used to calling it McCarran. The number of passengers that came in was the highest ever. That's a pretty spectacular number. That's going back to 2019 was the previous high. The number of airlines now that are coming into Las Vegas, there are 31 airlines from 146 different domestic markets. So those are cities all over the United States. They're bringing folks in here. The number of seats on airplanes that now come into McCarran is 15% higher than what had been occurring prior to the pandemic. Another positive is the wedding business in Las Vegas. They have a campaign, Forever Happens Here. Got a huge boost from J-Lo and Ben getting married in Las Vegas. They pointed out that they were able to get their license and get married all within some time period of like 2 hours or so. Affleck put a video out showing that he was able to change into his tux in a bathroom located somewhere that had some scratched up mirror. But that video, or the video that was done of that, resulted in over 1 million impressions on social media for Las Vegas. The campaign that they have right now called Vegas On has resulted in 42 million impressions this year so far. So they do a great job there with social media. I know that our city staff recently met with them regarding the website that the Convention and Visitors Authority funds for Boulder City. I look forward to seeing that better utilized here in Boulder City. That is a top-notch advertising team in there. They are able to draw on many resources that I think can benefit Boulder City. We see the resulting work they're doing. The Magic Show, which is an apparel industry show, is occurring right now. Unfortunately, the attendance there this year is about 30,000, which is still a very large show, but that's down from 80,000 in 2019 prior to the pandemic. It's going to take a while, but they are working very hard at it. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all.